Good morning. Welcome to regular council for the Corporation of the Township of Minden Hills for Thursday, July 23rd. In review of today's agenda, there are two public meetings for a zoning bylaw amendment and a temporary use bylaw. As well, we have one report item delegation from Laren Beaton and two formal delegations scheduled. The first will be from Karen Jones Consulting and the strategic plan. Second is presentation from Ulink's representatives Andrew Gordon and Frank Faguli, and there is a closed session scheduled towards the end of the meeting. Madam Clerk, please read roll call.
Councillor Sisson.
Present.
Councillor Saini.
Present.
Councillor McKelvey.
Present.
Councillor Johansson.
Present.
Councillor Ingram.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Shell.
Present.
Mayor Carter.
Present. We respectfully acknowledge that the Township of Minden Hills is located on Treaty 20 Michisagi territory and in the traditional territory of the Michisagi and Chippewa nations, collectively known as the Williams Treaties First Nations, which are Curve Lake, Rama, Hiawatha, Alderville, Scugog Island, Beausoleil, and Georgina Island First Nations. We acknowledge the shared presence of Indigenous nations throughout the area and recognize its original Indigenous inhabitants as the stewards of its lands and waters since time immemorial. I call this meeting to order at 9:01 a.m. Madam Clerk, please read the resolution for approval of the agenda.
Moved by Councillor Johansson, seconded by Councillor Saini. Be it resolved that the July 23rd, 2026 regular council meeting agenda be approved as circulated.
All those in favor? That is carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Councillor McKelvey.
I, Councillor Tammy McKelvey, declare a potential deemed direct pecuniary interest on council agenda items number 5.2 public meeting writing, 12.6B report 2629 and bylaw 2667 writing zoning amendment. For the following reason, my spouse is the adjoining property owner.
Okay, thank you. Are there any others? Seeing none. We need to have Madam Doherty join us, and please read the resolution to commence public meetings.
Moved by Councillor Ingram, seconded by Councillor Saini, that council adjourn its regular meeting at 9:02 a.m. to proceed into public meetings regarding Report 2628 Planning, application for zoning bylaw amendment PLZBA 2026019, Kinnock Child and Family Services, and Report 2629 Planning application for a zoning bylaw amendment temporary use PLTU 2026024 writing.
All those in favor? That is carried. So I call this first public meeting to order at 9:03 a.m. This public meeting is declared open and is to consider a zoning bylaw amendment for part lots 2 to 4, concessions 11 and 12 in the geographic township of Minden, having municipal address 1766 Queens Line Road. Would the planning department please summarize the purpose and effect of the proposed bylaw and provide any additional information and correspondence relevant to the application?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the township has received an application for a zoning bylaw amendment from Brandy Clement of Jones Consulting on behalf of property owner Kinnock Child and Family Services. The property currently operates as the Kinnock Outdoor Center, which was established in 1982 as an overnight camp for children and youth with special diagnoses and their families. Kinnock would like to increase the size of an existing building, adding a dormitory space to their shower house, which is illustrated on attachment number 3 of the report. The dormitory is not expected to require any changes to the existing water and septic systems. However, when initially reviewing the development plans with Kinnock, it was identified that the lands where a lot of the cabins are located, as well as the proposed addition, are actually zoned hazard land zone, despite much of the northern part of the property being zoned recreational commercial. To permit the expansion to the shower house and appropriately recognize an additional 19 existing camp buildings, Kinnock is seeking to rezone certain lands from the hazard land zone to the recreational commercial zone. A geotechnical slope stability letter of opinion was submitted to support the application, given the presence of steep slopes, which was reviewed by Tatham Engineering for the township. Based on the letter, no concerns were noted either with the proposed addition or the existing development. However, as a precautionary measure, it was recommended that a minimum setback to the slope near the proposed addition be implemented. And that's been accomplished by maintaining the hazard land zone over those lands. Much of the camp development is existing, and therefore the site evaluation report in support of the application focused primarily on the delineation of wetlands on the property. The report was reviewed by Cambium on behalf of the township. Boundaries for the wetlands were delineated, and those are to remain zoned hazard land. And where possible, a 30-meter buffer to the wetland is also to remain hazard land. Where the 30-meter buffer was not feasible, the greatest setback possible was recommended by the site evaluation report, and those are to remain hazard lands. And no concerns were noted with those recommendations with the site evaluation report. In the provincial planning statement, the subject lands are identified as rural areas and more specifically as rural lands. As directed by section 251, healthy rural areas build upon the rural character, leveraging rural amenities and assets, as well as providing opportunities for tourism and other economic activities. The camp use is permitted, and based on the application, no expansions to water or septic servicing are required, as I mentioned. The camp also supports improved accessibility in accordance with section 2.1.6 of the PPS. And the supporting technical studies satisfy the PPS direction as it relates to natural heritage and natural hazards as per sections 4.1 and 5.2 respectively. The application is therefore consistent with the PPS. The property is designated rural in the county official plan. Permitted land uses include resource-based recreational uses, which include camps. Most of the policy direction reflects that of the PPS and therefore found to conform to the official plan as it relates to natural heritage and rural character. The property is further identified in the county official plan as having sand and gravel resources, which are to be protected for future extraction, I should say. There are also 2 active licensed pits adjacent to the subject property. The official plan policy does not permit incompatible land uses adjacent to existing pits or quarries. However, given the long-term establishment of the camp, the rezoning would not further hinder resource extraction opportunities either on or adjacent to the property, and the policy direction is not considered to be applicable to this application. The application therefore conforms to the county official plan. In the township official plan, the property is designated waterfront, rural, and environmental protection, with the amendment being limited to the waterfront designation, which does permit the camp use. Section 3.2 identifies that the waterfront development is to be serviced by private individual water and sewage systems, which is confirmed as the servicing type for this property. Most existing buildings exceed 30 meters to Gray Lake as per section 3.2.3.6.3 and are otherwise existing structures. The addition to the shower house also well exceeds the 30-meter setback to Gray Lake. The continued operation, upgrading, expansion, and redevelopment of existing commercial properties in the waterfront area is encouraged. However, policy does direct appropriate limits to be set through site-specific zoning. The proposed development represents, we consider, a small expansion and is otherwise intended to recognize a long-established use in an appropriate zone for which existing service levels already support that development. The developments therefore considered appropriate within the current C3 or recreational commercial regulations, and so no additional regulations were identified as relevant to support this application. The geotechnical and site evaluation report served to support the development, confirming that the use and addition can meet the requirements of section 4 of the township official plan regarding natural heritage and natural hazards. And so based on this information, the application conforms to the township official plan. As previously mentioned, the lands are zoned both recreation commercial and hazard land. The proposed and existing use for the camp establishment, which is permitted within the C3 zone, and all provisions of the C3 zone would be met or exceeded. The existing wetland feature and associated buffers as achievable would continue to be recognized as hazard land zone in addition to the slope and associated buffer in proximity to the dormitory as well as a parking area. Notice of the application was circulated to all neighboring property owners and agencies in accordance with the Planning Act on July 9th. No comments have been received thus far from agencies or the public.
Okay, does the applicant have a presentation or wish to make any comments?
We do have the agents acting on behalf of the applicant, and they are joining virtually. So the deputy clerk is just bringing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, good morning, council. Just joining in as a panelist. So I would like to provide my presentation if council allows. Great.
Could you just identify yourself and start, please?
Thank you. Through the mayor, my name is Amanda Newlove. I'm a senior planner with the Jones Consulting Group, and I am joined here by the architect. Marilyn, if you'd like to introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Marilyn Apis from Marilyn Apis Architect. I'm the architect on the project.
Wonderful. So yes, good morning, council, and thank you very much to staff for providing that information. I am stepping in for my colleague Brandy this morning and presenting on her behalf. We represent the applicant who has submitted a zoning bylaw amendment application for the lands located at 1766 Queens Line Road in the Township of Minden Hills. Next slide, please. So the subject lands are outlined in red. The total lot area is approximately 155 hectares. However, the lands subject to the application are only approximately 4.8 hectares and located directly west of the lake. The lands have approximately 933 meters of frontage on Queens Line Road, which is also where the lands are accessed. The lands contain the Canark Outdoor Center, which is an overnight camp operating since 1982. Next slide, please. So the purpose of the application is to permit a 195 square meter dormitory addition to an existing shower house, which is outlined in orange on the site plan on this slide, as well as additional parking. There are no plans currently to redevelop any of the other existing buildings, and there are no upgrades needed to existing water or septic services. Next slide, please. So although portions of the property are zoned for commercial uses, as staff had noted, a majority of the existing buildings are zoned hazard lands. As such, the purpose of the zoning bylaw amendment is to rezone part of the lands to recreation commercial to continue to permit this use. And site plan control will be required if approved by council. Next slide, please. So as part of the application, our office prepared a planning justification report, which concluded the proposal is consistent with the provincial planning statement. The lands are defined as rural lands, and the development will provide continued access and support for commercial and recreational uses, and will continue to use rural services. The expansion does not result in negative impacts to natural heritage features or functions, as confirmed by the Natural Heritage Assessment Site Evaluation Report prepared in support of the application. The assessment identified a wetland area and 15 to 30 meter buffer, which is proposed to remain zoned hazard lands. Development is also not occurring in any areas of natural hazards, which in this case are slopes, as confirmed by the slope stability assessment, and any of these areas will also remain zoned hazards. Next slide, please. So the lands are designated rural in the County of Haliburton official plan, which permits resource-based recreational uses. The existing camp facility is considered to be this use, as the camp is used to take advantage of the adjacent lake system for recreational purposes. Much like a cottage, the development is centered around the lake, which is for camp programming. Next slide, please. The lands are designated waterfront, rural, and environmental protection in the township official plan. The portion of the lands subject to the application are surrounding the lake and designated waterfront, which permits recreation-based residential uses and commercial uses, which include the existing camp. Next slide, please. So the lands are zoned recreation commercial, which is shown in red, and hazard lands, which is shown in green. The portion of the lands subject to the zoning bylaw amendment and contain a majority of the existing buildings is primarily zoned hazard lands. This area is located directly west of the lake and essentially south of the line that you see between the commercial and hazard zone. So the application is essentially extending the existing commercial zone to recognize existing buildings while maintaining the hazard zone on the natural heritage features or natural hazards. Next slide, please. So as noted, the purpose of the application is to zone a portion of the lands from hazard lands to recreation commercial. As noted, the areas proposed to be maintained hazard lands are supported by the Natural Heritage Assessment and Slope Stability Assessment to protect natural heritage features and hazards. So the expansion of the existing building is not located in the hazard zone. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, the proposed application allows for the expansion of an existing camp that does not introduce any additional uses, but allows for a long-standing commercial entity to continue. The development will utilize the existing infrastructure, and there are no negative impacts to any natural heritage features or natural hazards. The development will continue to be compatible with the surrounding land uses, and it is our opinion that the proposed application is consistent with the PPS, conforms to the county and township official plans, and represents good and desirable planning for the township. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, and please stand by if there are any questions. Members of the public will now have an opportunity to provide their comments. Are there any electronic participants?
Through the chair, there are no electronic participants for this application.
Okay, is there anybody from the public attending in person? Please stand or raise your hand. Seeing none. Are there any questions or comments from council? Seeing none. As a result of these proceedings, does the planning department have any recommendations or comments that you wish to bring to the attention of council?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as staff are recommending that council receive report 26-28 as information, and that bylaw 26-66 being a bylaw to approve a zoning bylaw amendment for the land subject to PLZBA 2026-019 be referred to the bylaw section of the agenda.
If there are no further questions, this completes the public meeting process. Anyone wishing to obtain notice of the decision may do so by making a written submission requesting such to the township's clerk. I now declare this portion of the public meeting closed at 9:17 a.m.
Thank you, council.
Thank you. For public meeting number 2. So. Yeah, just leave. Lightly, just leave. I call this meeting to order at 9:18 a.m. This public meeting is declared open and is to consider a temporary use bylaw for Part Lot 1, Concession 14 in the geographic township of Snowden, having municipal address 1207 Hospitality Road. Would the planning department please summarize the purpose and effect of the proposed bylaw and provide any additional information and correspondence relevant to the application?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the township received application for a temporary use bylaw PLTU 2026-024, which was submitted by property owners Doug and Margaret Riding. The property is considered to be vacant. Surrounding land uses are similar, being primarily vacant rural properties, other than a commercial trailer park located to the southeast. The intended use of the property is for a horticultural farm. Sorry, that's going to be a tricky one to get out currently. With the intent being to establish apple, pear, and blueberry crops. And there's also a planned expansion for the farm with root vegetables, apiary, and maple syrup harvesting. The Ridings would like to construct a 2,400 square foot storage building intended to store primarily farm vehicles at present. This would help the Ridings to establish the farm use on the property. However, because the building would be considered accessory and there's no existing principal use on the property, construction of the building does not comply with the zoning bylaw. Although a temporary use bylaw is usually used when we're implementing a new use that's not otherwise permitted, this application would allow the establishment of an accessory use to facilitate the principal farm use. The property is in the rural area as per the provincial planning statement, and more specifically is defined as rural lands. The PPS encourages a healthy and viable rural area by building upon the rural character and promotes a diversified rural economy, which does include agricultural uses. The proposed farm is compatible with the surrounding rural lands and is in line with the provincial priorities. The application is therefore considered to be consistent with the PPS. The lands are designated rural in the County of Haliburton official plan. In addition to the promotion of economic opportunities, rural development within these areas is to be sustained by rural service levels and have consideration for the environment and natural features. Agriculture is a recognized permitted use, and the application therefore conforms to the county official plan. The subject property is designated rural in the township official plan. Section 3.13 permits bylaws for the temporary use of lands, providing that the use generally conforms with the intent of the official plan, is compatible with surrounding land uses and activities, and does not result in hazardous traffic conditions, and complies with parking and servicing requirements. As noted, the proposed building will be used for the storage of farm equipment, providing protection to the equipment from weather, and the equipment being necessary to establish the farm. The building will not require servicing and will not generate additional traffic. We would consider that allowing for the temporary use will actually prevent the owners from having to transport equipment back and forth to the property, which would pose a potential traffic hazard itself. Therefore, the temporary and future use of the lands conform to policies of the official plan. The township zoning bylaw identifies the subject lands as rural, which does permit the agricultural or farm use. The property complies with the minimum size requirements of the rural zone, and the accessory building would comply with all of the provisions of the zoning bylaw once the farm is established. Section 39 of the Planning Act provides an opportunity or appropriate planning mechanism to authorize the use for a defined period of 3 years while allowing the property owners to establish the farm. And should the farm not be established within the 3 years, there are a few options. The building would be removed. An alternative principal use such as a dwelling could be established, or council would have the ability to authorize a 3-year extension. Considering this information and where approval, the application will facilitate creation of a new farm within the township. The application is recommended for approval. To support the temporary use, there's also an agreement included as part of this application, which outlines the conditions to allow for the use as well as the extension to the temporary use bylaw if it is required. Notice of the application was circulated to all neighboring property owners and agencies in accordance with the Planning Act on July 2nd. Notice was also posted on the property. We did not receive any agency comments. And as of this morning, we did receive one public comment. I did forward that to council, but it was right before the meeting. So very good chance that nobody has had an opportunity to read it. So I'm happy to, if council has an opportunity to read it prior to the staff report, I can address the comments or questions then. I can provide that it was provided by Mr. Larry Ruppy. The comments generally request confirmation of any impacts to individuals, to that individual's current rural zoned property. They're also asking for certain regard to be given to the placement of the building and reasonable hours of operation for the machinery. They've also requested a copy of the survey and to talk to the property owner about shared lot lines. So I can confirm that the proposed use does not impact permitted uses on anybody else's land. Particularly in this case, there's no livestock facilities being requested or planned for. Regarding the placement of the building, it's proposed somewhat centrally. This person has requested perhaps on the east side of the property. This is requested or proposed to be central, but it is intended to meet all of the required setbacks and will actually far exceed the setbacks. So there's no zoning concerns with the location of the building. The zoning bylaw does not regulate hours of operation, so that's somewhat outside the capacity of this application, but they would still be subject to any noise bylaws. There was no survey submitted with the application, so we're not able to provide something of that nature where it's not part of the public record. But that might be a discussion between neighbors, but is outside of the application otherwise.
Thank you. Does the applicant have a presentation or wish to make any comments?
Amanda, is the applicant in person?
I believe they were going
No.
to try it into
Oh,
online.
Okay.
There we go. Hi, good morning. I don't have a presentation. I don't have anything really to add here. My name is Doug Riding. I'm sorry. I think the staff report outlines everything fully that we're looking to do. We have a cottage property on South Lake, which is less than a kilometer away. That's why we're doing what we're doing here, and planning to continue to stay in that area and build this farm as we continue to go through our retirement.
Okay, thank you very much. Please stand by in case there are questions. Members of the public now have an opportunity to provide their comments. Are there anybody attending electronically?
You do have a few electronic participants, so the deputy clerk will bring them over one at a time.
Okay.
Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record? Good morning, Larry. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just a comment on my written submission there. I wasn't
Sorry,
really,
before you start, could you state your name and address for the public record, please?
yes, my name is Larry Ruthie and my address is 1417 Ann Street North in Menacing, Ontario.
Okay.
Yeah, I applaud all efforts to make Canada and locally more self-sufficient. So I applaud Mr. Riding on his endeavor here. I really wasn't concerned about the location of the buildings in my submission. It was more that I would think that the access road would be better towards the hazard area. That way it's farther away from any residential building that might be established on the east end of my lot.
Okay, thank you very much.
And being near the hazard area, it's not going to affect anyone to the east of that. But if it's a lot of traffic and it's on the west end of Mr. Riding's lot, it could affect dust and noise adjacent to my lot 33.
Okay, thank you very much.
And that's about it. Other than that, I wish Mr. Riding good luck on his venture.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, is there anybody who is attending in person that wishes to speak to this? I'll get the council at the moment. See none. Are any questions or comments from council to the applicants, the planner, or any persons who have made a presentation? Councilor Saini?
It's so good to see new entrepreneurship within our community, so, and particularly in food production. So thank you for this. Thank you.
Are there any other questions from council? Okay, as a result of these proceedings, does the planning department have any recommendations or comments that you wish to bring to the attention of council?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, staff are recommending that council receive report 26-29 planning as information. That bylaw 26-67 being a temporary use bylaw to allow construction of the accessory building where there's no primary use for the lands. Subject of PLTU 2026-024 be referred to the bylaw section of the agenda, and further that bylaw 26-2068, sorry, is authorizing the mayor and the clerk to execute an agreement between the Township of Minden Hills and the property owners also be referred to the bylaw section of the agenda.
Okay, if there are no further questions, this completes the public meeting process. Anyone wishing to obtain notice of the decision may do so by making a written submission requesting such to the township's clerk. I now declare this portion of the public meeting closed at 9:30. Okay, yeah, please read the resolution to resume.
Moved by Counselor Sisson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Shell, that council adjourn its public meetings and resumes its regular council meeting at 9:31 a.m.
All those in favor? It is carried. We now move to delegations. The first delegation is from Lauren Beaton. Planning Report 2632, proposed general amendments to the township's official plan and zoning bylaw. Morning.
That's okay.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Lauren Beaton, and I'm the property owner on Lake Kashikawigamog. I'm here to express my support for Report 26-32, the proposed general amendments to the township's official plan and zoning bylaw, the DAP recommendations number 5, and suggest some additional tweaks. In particular, one clause in that report indicates introducing a provision which will consider boathouses on shoreline road allowance legal non-conforming where the shoreline road allowance has been purchased for the purposes of repair to a safe condition. On my property, we have a boathouse that has existed since at least 1936. It has been assessed as part of our property taxes, and the property has been in my family since the early 90s. A building permit was issued in 1998 for the repairs to that boathouse. This spring, it was damaged during flooding and ice and is currently sitting at about a 95-degree angle. It's being held up by some 2x4s and rope and hope. It's a safety hazard and is sort of continuing to slowly collapse during adverse weather events. We began the process of applying for approvals to do repairs in April. However, my application is currently stuck in limbo while we resolve an underlying property ownership issue. The boathouse sits either in, we've had the cottage for quite some time and no recent surveys are available. The boathouse sits either in Crown land on the lake bed, in the shoreline road allowance, township's land, or on our property. If the boathouse is on Crown land, the lake bed, or on our property, a permit can be issued right away. However, if it's encroaching on the shoreline road allowance, it cannot be. We've since made an application to purchase the shoreline road allowance and have engaged surveyor, but the timelines have been quite protracted, and we only recently got a surveyor out on site. Further complicating things are the way that the shoreline road allowances have originally been established. Lake Kashikawigamog was originally surveyed in 1860, establishing the lots of concessions for Minden. The original shoreline defines the edge of the shoreline road allowance. However, at the time, a specific property boundary like drawing a line on the ground was not established. In 1864, a dam was installed on Canning Lake, raising the water level of the lake and Lake Kashikawigamog and drowned parts of the original shoreline. Puffer's Island on Lake Kashikawigamog used to be a peninsula, according to the survey. It's an island now. As we move forward with the shoreline road allowance purchase and try to define that piece of property, surveyors are now attempting to essentially forensically recreate this original shoreline. And it leaves a lot of room for discretion and significant variations between different plans. Currently, the township under policy 19 will sell lands above the high water mark, the dry portion of the shoreline road allowance, to adjacent property owners, but maintain ownership of the drowned portion. So I might purchase a portion of the shoreline road allowance, but if the boathouse falls in that drowned portion, I'm still kind of left in the boat. All this to say is that I support clarification for planning staff to introduce a provision which would consider boathouses on the shoreline road allowance legal non-conforming where the shoreline road allowance has been purchased for the purposes of a repair to a safe condition. But I suggest further amending recommendation 5 to allow the purchase of the ground portion of the shoreline road allowance where boathouses require repair. This can raise additional revenue for the township, and all interested parties are able to comment on the sale of a shoreline road allowance through the current process where they're circulated to adjacent landowners, various commenting authorities, Hydro, MNR. Further, the Ministry of Natural Resources, which regulates crown land estates on their website. From the ministry's perspective, municipalities have clear authority over the shoreline road allowance and may choose to retain ownership of such submerged road allowances, transfer it to another agency, or convey the submerged portion to the backshore property. Additionally, I suggest providing staff to treat lawfully established pre-existing boathouses as legal non-conforming and issue repair to safe condition permits without waiting on a purchase. The legal non-conforming status exists regardless of the ownership of the lands. Buying the properties are going to create that right, and legal non-conforming rights are intended to protect maintenance rights and repairs to a safe condition. We're not proposing expanding or changing anything. We just want to put it back the way it was and make sure it doesn't collapse. Expansion or changes are currently restricted under the bylaw. Thank you again for your time, and I hope you consider these amendments and this report to help property owners in the township navigate repair approval process. Thank you.
Any questions from council? Councilor McFeldin?
Has there been any discussion about getting there's another kind of a conditional permit?
There has been, and we have received a draft of the conditional permit. I think the issue that and we've received that from the building department last week. We've reviewed it with our lawyer, and it doesn't provide, it protects the township. We kind of run into this catch-22 of if we don't own the property underneath the boathouse, then we may have to take down whatever structure we do erect. And our concern is, having not resolved the survey issue, if we are on the drowned portion of the shoreline road allowance, we're still out of luck regardless of this. The survey we've gotten some survey information back indicating that at least a significant portion of the boathouse will be on the drowned portion of the shoreline road allowance. So we are kind of at that point where it almost makes sense to do the building permit, but yes, we have explored that option, and the building department has been helpful in that regard.
Councilor Sani?
Yes, thank you. Questioning, was there not a precedent set from a previous flood when there was damage along the road that people were able just to fix their building? It's a vague memory, and it's quite a long time since that last really bad flood that people were able to do that. But it might be something worthwhile to look into to see if there's a precedent for being able to repair things quickly so damage doesn't continue as we go through the process. Thank you.
So are you thinking of the 2013 flood?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Yeah.
Right.
I might add, the reason I have that memory is because my pump house was terribly damaged with that flood, and realized then with that, I was able to fix that quickly.
Any other questions? If not, thank you very much for your delegation. Next is formal delegation from Karen Jones. Okay, so we have to reorganize as she's not yet in attendance. So we will skip right ahead to Andrew Gordon and Frank Tribuli to talk about links. Morning, and start whenever you're ready.
Thanks. Could we have the first slide, please? Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and councillors, for the opportunity to address council today. My name's Andy Gordon. I'm the director of P12, and this is
Program manager for you.
Frank and I are on a tour of the lower tier municipalities in Haliburton County in advance of the municipal elections. We don't advocate for any particular councillor or politician. We work with what the people give us. But we do recognize that there's likely to be turnover at some of the council levels, which will affect county council. And so we're here to ensure that there's at least a little bit of corporate memory in terms of what ULinks has done for you, what we're doing for you, and what we might be able to do for you in the future. So I'm going to say a few words about ULinks, and then Frank will address two county-wide initiatives that do have some impact on Minden Hills. Excuse me. So ULinks has been operating in the county for about 35 years, 25 with the ULinks moniker on. We're essentially research brokers. So we work in all sectors, cultural, business, social, health, environment. That mix varies on an annual basis. Right now, it's about 80% in the environment. And so if you are an organization, a business, political structure in the county, and you have a persistent problem that staff doesn't have the time to solve, or that the problem keeps recurring, you can reach out to us. We'll help you formulate that, and then we'll reach out to our academic partners, principally Trent University, but there are others as well. And we'll find the brightest, most hardworking fourth-year students that we can. They'll come to the county. In all likelihood, they'll solve your problem. We've got about a 98% success rate on that. If they don't, they'll certainly give you advice on where to go in the future. And in the process, they get a really good dose of experiential education. So it's a win-win situation. It doesn't actually cost the host anything. If the host is really happy with how the students perform, we ask them to make a small financial donation. So we've received $100, $200, $300. We did a project with Fleming students and the waste management department at Dysart, and they actually gave us $1,000 at the end. So we were jumping around for joy on that one. We also recognize that because of the socioeconomic structure and the complexity of Haliburton County itself, dosed with climate change as it rolls over the county, that the problems we're seeing now are much more complex. And so sometimes they're beyond the capacity of fourth-year undergraduate students, and we have to reach out to get graduate students at either the master's or the PhD level. And we can broker that for you as well. The advantage of using undergraduate students is that they're free. Master students actually have to be paid. So next slide, please. So on this slide, I've just listed a few items that have directly been done in Minden Hills. Minden Hills is actually an original partner of ULinks, one of the original founders of it. And in fact, the mayor and or his or her designate sits on our management committee. So you have direct input into the operation of ULinks. So you'll see here, just by looking at the titles of some of these projects, that they're in all sectors basically. So there's one there on community and park areas, one on the Minden Riverwalk, most recently the really revitalized Minden Boardwalk. There's one on a poet there, and a bunch of other stuff as well too, some environment stuff. So it's all over the place. I should also say that as an original supporter of ULinks, Minden Hills has given us rent-free accommodations in the old OPP station, which is right across from the old rock cliff. So we're internally grateful for that. On that note, there was a knock on the door about 3 weeks ago, and two individuals were there and wanted to know or informed us that they were going to be, our office was going to be turned into public outhouses. So I'm not sure quite where that's coming from. But if we could have a couple of weeks' notice before we were forced to move, that'd be great. We'd love to move back in here. We used to have offices in the old township building. So a couple of projects that are missing from here, the Ignis Jameson Gallery, that was a ULinks project. Basically, somebody in the township asked, is there appetite for a gallery here in Minden Hills? So ULinks students took it upon themselves, made the recommendation to Minden Hills. They went to Infrastructure Canada, got the money, and that's where the gallery came from. So little things can come out of ULinks and turn into big ones. Another one that's not listed on here, and I should also say that all of these projects remain on our database forever. So you can go into the database that's listed there. You can Google by Minden or any other topic you want, and it'll pull up all sorts of reports. I think there's about 700 of them in there right now. One of the ones that's dear to my heart is the history of Highway 35 and construction camps. And it's a really fascinating look at an event that took place back in the 1950s. And so if you actually drive from Minden up to Dwight, you can see Highway 35 going around the rock knobs all the way up to the top. And one of my personal interests is actually in walking some of those sections because they're filled with a lot of history. And I personally have a deep connection to that because in January 1955, my mother, who was living in Dorset, drove down to Toronto to visit her sister. And the doctor told her later that the reason I came out a little bit early was because of all the twisting and turning on Highway 35. So I've got a Toronto birth certificate and not a Huntsville one. So in terms of funding, historically, Trent University has been our largest supporter. They initially agreed to fund 75% of our costs. It's been difficult for them to do that for all sorts of reasons. And in fact, now the County of Haliburton is actually our largest financial single contributor. So you may have heard about the international student fiasco that's recently occurred. It hit all universities and colleges across the country really hard. Trent looked at all its academic departments and reduced all of their budgets by 12%. We're not an academic part of Trent, so we actually got a 30% reduction. So it was actually pretty brutal. So we've had to very rapidly look at our financial model. We've reached out to other academic partners and developing good relationships with them. And we've developed a fee-for-service model that our charitable status recently obtained is fairly broad and embraces. So we're allowed to do education and research for a fee as long as it involves students. And so before I turn it over to Frank, I'd just like to say that we have been doing fee-for-service work for some of the other townships. So we've done a frag removal project for Dysart, done invasive species for Algonquin Highlands. For Highlands East, next couple of weeks, we're putting on a microplastics workshop for water quality. So Minden Hills is conspicuous by its absence, but I'm here to say there's lots of opportunities to engage with you. And in fact, in a couple of weeks, I'll be meeting with Cynthia and Chief Kruger here on a green municipality application that deals with fire prevention strategy for Minden Hills. So I'd like to leave you with the thought that don't think of us just as a not-for-profit that lives in the little building across from the Rockcliffe. We're think of us as an inexpensive local research institute that we can really reach out and connect you with a lot of very smart individuals that can work in all sectors in Minden Hills. Thank you, Frank.
Next slide, please. So one of the areas where ULinks has become particularly well known is in environmental monitoring through our Woodlands and Waterways EcoWatch, or WOO program. We all know that Haliburton County faces a unique challenge where we are a region without the benefits of a conservation authority or watershed council to coordinate watershed scale environmental monitoring. So communities locally have had to take a larger scale than in other regions in understanding and protecting their lakes. Our WOO program helps bring municipalities, lake associations, volunteers, academic resources, both at the faculty and student level, into a coordinated county-wide monitoring network. And our aquatic monitoring is built around two primary components. The first is our Testing the Waters program. It's a long-term water quality monitoring program. Through this, we've been able to work with ULINK's trained citizen science volunteers to collect physical and chemical information from lakes, including measurements on water clarity, dissolved oxygen, pH, water chemistry, etc. These measurements help tell us the condition of what the lake is at the time of when we're sampling it. The second is our benthic biomonitoring program, which looks at small aquatic insects or other organisms that are living in the bottoms of lakes and streams. Because these organisms can live in the water for months or up to years, they act as long-term indicators of environmental health. And together, these two programs give us a much more complete understanding of lake health than either could provide on their own. And they also set benchmarks for pre-stress conditions. If restoration efforts were ever deemed necessary, it gives us a baseline to return to. One tells us about what is happening today. The other is helping us understand what's been happening over time. In addition to that, supporting these programs, ULINK does initiatives like aquatic plant inventories, invasive species mapping, and microplastic analysis. I do want to take the opportunity to inform council that on Wednesday, August 19th, we will be having a master's candidate come and present at the Frank Welch Room in the Cultural Center at 10:30 in the morning, and they'll be giving an overview of what the research findings have been over the last 5 years for Haliburton County lakes. So if interested, we'd love to see you there. Next slide, please. So Minden Hills does play an especially important role in this program because many of the lakes that we monitor are within the lower portions of our regional watersheds. Water does not recognize municipal boundaries. It moves through connected lakes, streams, wetlands, etc., meaning that understanding the conditions locally in Minden Hills helps us understand the health of the broader watershed network. And ultimately, we all share the same responsibility to pass on the best water quality as we can, as we would also wish to receive. The municipality is also home to several highly engaged lake associations that are consistently identifying clean lakes and lake health as their highest priorities. And these organizations contribute thousands of hours collectively through volunteer hours, and they invest their own resources into monitoring and stewardship, making them invaluable partners in this work. Minden Hills should also be recognized for the proactive work that has already been done to protect water quality. We look at initiatives like shoreline protection bylaws, township septic reinspection programs. These are exactly the kinds of actions that are helping maintain healthy lakes over the long term. The encouraging thing is that our monitoring reflects those efforts. So overall, the water quality that we're seeing across many of the lakes is in good quality. And that's something that this council, previous councils, lake associations, and residents overall should be very proud of. People often ask us why we continue to collect the same information year after year, and it's a pretty simple answer. 1 year gives us a snapshot, 10 years helps us tell a story. So if you imagine you're looking at your bank account once every 5 years, you'll get an understanding of what it is like at present moment, but you don't see if things are improving or if they're heading towards a problem. And lake monitoring works the exact same way. If we're able to collect consistent data using the same methods within the same seasonal timeframes, we can identify gradual changes before they become major concerns and ultimately more difficult and more expensive to manage. So this gives lake associations, municipalities, and other partners an opportunity to investigate concerns early and make informed decision-making based on evidence that we see. And that's really the value of long-term monitoring. You know, every chapter adds to the value of the data set as it increases, and that increases value for future councils, future lake associations, and future generations. Next slide, please. The final project I'd like to highlight today is one that extends in a similar philosophy as environmental monitoring. ULINK is currently working with the County of Haliburton to develop a community safety and well-being data portal. Right now, information on housing, demographics, emergency services, health, and community supports, they exist, but they're siloed across many independent organizations. And so this project will bring those data sets together into one standardized interactive platform that municipalities can use for identifying local trends, to better understand community needs, and to strengthen grant applications with readily available evidence. It also helps support policy and planning decisions and help measure how the community is changing over time. So much like our environmental work, the goal isn't simply just to collect information, it's to give decision makers like yourselves reliable evidence that you need to address problems before they become larger and more difficult to address. And ultimately, that's the role that ULinks has played in Haliburton County over the last 30+ years. We bring local knowledge, community partnerships, and the required expertise to help communities make informed decisions. Next slide, please. So to conclude, whether we're supporting municipalities through community-based research or helping protect environmental systems or develop new tools like the Community Safety Wellbeing Portal, our mission remains the same. We exist to connect local priorities with the required expertise and provide communities with information they need to make confident, evidence-based decisions. Thank you very much, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, council, any comments or questions? Councillor Saini.
Thank you through the mayor. I first want to just give a shout out to Bill Blake, because I remember when Bill Blake first brought this proposal of ULinks to our Haliburton Co-op many years ago now. And we can see how far it's come, and it's been extremely good. Appreciated. And I love the fact that it's academics as well as practicum, because academics doesn't mean anything unless it's used and practical. And you guys have really grounded that in a way that's really benefited us, particularly around the issues of the lake qualities, which is our major resource. And also I want to say that you also supported us with the climate change task force that we had here in Minden Hills and the work that we've done. And my colleague to the left, Ivan, is well aware of that too. He was working with us on that time as well with that project. It was really beneficial and got the word out around climate issues in our lakes. So that was greatly appreciated. I also just wanted to bring to your attention an organization. It's called HEAR, HEAR, and they're either working out of Guelph or Waterloo. So it might be a good connection, because what they're doing is they're measuring across the province an incredible database that's going to be used for us in terms of policy and advocacy around health, housing, and all those social issues that you were raising before. So it might be a really good idea to touch base. I can get you more of the details about that with that university, since you're expanding beyond the University of Trent University. So that would be, I think you'd find what they're doing there. They've done some presentations to the Roma board, and they'll be doing some probably at the Roma conferences. But I think that was just a great matchup for what you're doing. And so instead of reinventing the wheel, I think you could plug into that as well. And also one project I like to see, and I don't know if ULinks is at this point to do this, is that as we see some of the downsizing, for example, M&R, we've taken on the water quality issues as volunteers. I think we need to somehow start to monetize the value of our volunteers in our social agencies that are critical to us, but are being supported when the government isn't supporting us. So that's another research project that I'd like to try to go forward with, and have some policy folks that could probably help with the outline of doing that. So I just want to thank through the mayor once again, thank you, and recognize particularly Bill Blake, who originally brought this idea forward of this partnership, and happy that we can create a home here for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. I think you mean Jim Blake, but that's okay. Bill's.
Thank you. I keep saying Bill Blake. It is Jim Blake. You're absolutely right. And yes, thank you for Jim Blake for bringing this forward. It's been a long haul and very beneficial to all of us. And I think that's why Lisa was looking at me across the room as I was saying, yes, thank you, Jim. Thank you.
On the subject of volunteers, we are entirely grateful to the volunteer community. We take a little bit of pride in thinking that we've really activated the lake associations. There's a new feeling of stewardship that is flowing through the lake associations, and we wouldn't be able to do the work that we do without their support. And on the HEAR issue, I have heard of HEAR, and we are currently in discussions with the county about a potential assets mapping exercise, much like the one that was undertaken in Prince Edward County about 20 years ago, which turned that county around basically. So this would be an inventory of everything, not just biophysical aspects, but cultural assets and their monetary values as well too. So thank you for that. We will follow up with you.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming in, and we have a resolution.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Shell, seconded by Councilor McKelvey, that council receives a presentation from ULinks as information.
All those in favor? That is carried. Right, all right, so we are still missing one of our delegations. But I think we should move forward and then come back to it. Is that probably the best way? All right, so let us go to adoption of minutes from the previous meeting. We have a couple here, June 25th, regular council, public meeting on June 25th, a public meeting on fees and charges, and the July 9th special meeting. Are there any questions or comments from council? Seeing none, please read the resolution.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Shell, seconded by Councilor McKelvey. Be it resolved that council approves the meeting minutes as follows. June 25th, 2026, regular council minutes. June 25th, 2026, public meeting minutes for application BLZBA 2026022 Withers. June 25th, 2026, public meeting minutes for fees and charges bylaw update, and the July 9th, 2026 special meeting.
All those in favor? That is carried. Moving on to mayor's report. Well, we're firmly into summer. Once again, our Canada Day celebration was a wonderful event, and hopefully we will have some, and I think we're going to be discussing a little bit later on other events in Minden Hills. I think it's great to see all the people, both local and from afar, who come to these events, and I think it's wonderful for the community. The other thing I just wanted to mention was that the study that is being done by EORN is the presentation is going to be to county council, but I believe all local municipal councilors have been invited, and that will be on August 12th, which is before our next meeting, which is on the 13th. But anybody who is listening, who wants to keep up with what is going on, please tune into the county meeting on August the 12th. And that's really all I have for the mayor's report. And now we'll go on to a very short and succinct Roma board report.
Thank you through the mayor. As I warned you, it wasn't the shortest because I have not provided this report for a little while. And there has been a lot going on with Roma. I wanted just to, first of all, acknowledge that our last meeting in person was at the Oxford and Norfolk counties and hosted by Dave Baer, the Zone 3 rep. And it was showcasing local innovations, economic activity, and community leadership across that particular region. I made many contacts there, and one of them particularly with the BIA, who would be very happy to come and meet with our downtown folks here in terms of some of the things that they've done in a community which is about the same size of 8,000 people. And I'm just wondering if they're going to bring their turtle mascot to meet our moose mascot. So the director there has a cottage in Bob Cajun of all places, and has been really willing, and we'll take that up later to see if our business communities would like to meet with them and compare notes and some of the things that they're doing. The other is we received an update on the development Roma's Rural Healthy Strategy, which includes building a strong engagement with roundtable health sector partners and other municipal leaders. And the discussion reinforces several core priorities that will be further developed in our final strategy around health at our Roma board. Includes strengthening workforce recruitment, retention across the full range of health professions, improving access to care through the innovation delivery models, advancing systems integrations through the coordinated community-based approaches, and with the recognition that housing and other social determinants as foundational to health incomes. And note that the province is going to be investing 3.4 billion to expand primary care access across Ontario. And Roma is supporting this work, but it is important to ensure investments translate to the equitable outcomes, particularly for our rural areas. As the board, we endorse continued partnership engagement and the development of a focused strategy for release this fall. And I'm so pleased that we've managed, and our staff at Roma managed to pull together all the different sectors of the health department to sit at the same table to help solve this problem and come up with our policies and our information coming forward. The other item I might have raised before was around the Blue Box transition to the Rural Impact. And we were meeting with Alan Langdon, of the CAO of Circular Materials, to discuss the emerging challenges under the Ontario New Extended Producers Responsibility Framework, and in particular the gap of recycling, collecting small cycle industrial, commercial, and institutional sources. And the head of our department has before showed us the kind of ludicrous situation of how we get rid of our plastic or other kinds of things if it's commercial versus our residential, and particularly for a small town that doesn't make sense. So we are working on that. But in particularly, I realized that I was the only municipality at that table that was representing a community that did not have curbside pickup. And so the director there has offered to meet and talk to our staff directly around some of the things that we could be doing as we develop this new landfill there. So it was a good connection to be made and could be personally beneficial to how we proceed and get around some of this kind of recycling issues. And we're on the same page with them, certainly, in terms of working with the province on this. We are strengthening also Roma's communications that will also help our advocacy. So helping with new tools and understanding how to respond to the province effectively. It's difficult when you are responding to all of these new changes and policies coming out, and it's hard to keep up with them sometimes. So we're looking at a new strategy to be more effective. So we're being more focused in a proactive approach, strengthening rural influences at Queen's Park, and gives us local leaders the tools they need to advocate effectively in our town is really important. So looking ahead, the board will continue to refine initiatives over the summer with updates expected on rural health strategy, advocacy efforts, recycling, and municipal sustainability, and the rollout of new member communication tools and resources. Rural Ontario continues to play a crucial role in the province's growth, but the pressures on these communities are increasing. Roma remains focused on ensuring rural voices are clearly heard, well supported, and effectively presented in provincial decision-making. We have a situation where we often think we're struggling within our own community, but these issues are affecting all rural communities. So as we bind together and go forward with our lobby and make the rural issues more transparent to the province, it's a really critical move in terms of funding and all the other things we're doing. Another, Christine Pavone is new with the LAS, and there's initiative coming forward, including a strategic planning for municipal users to perform the procurement policy and how the LAS can support us in rural areas in procurements. We often know that we have smaller staff than larger cities, and it's very hard to go through this procurement policies when we're doing fire trucks or purchasing things as a small community, but as we pull our resources together, it's much easier and we get better deals to do that. And also making sure that the accountability of the suppliers are there. So I use fire trucks as an example, but because there are so many things going on. And also I've suggested that we tie this work going on with LAS with the work that's being done right now with EON in terms of the looking at our 4 municipalities. So we're not trying to recreate the wheel. There might be some linkage there. So encourage them to talk to each other about the directions on that. Our next meeting will be in August at the AMO conference. And I just think I need to say I appreciate the work on the Roma board, because what it does is it helps you understand that our local issues are not always controlled locally. And so we have a list of things that we continue to work on with the Alto high-speed rail, or issues that come towards us. The road safety is a really big issue, and particularly paying for roads, because rural areas are paying for the bulk of our roads. And we have more roads, and yet we have less population, and that's falling on taxpayers. So there's issues like that that we can address through Roma when we start to work together. I have many other things here, so I'm going to not go into all of it. I'll just jump over to the teeny tiny summit that we had more recently. And that was in Burley Falls. It was amazing to see some of the entrepreneurship happening there, particularly with the organic fishing farms and the projects that they started. The local artists also, this might be a good thing for us this time of the year, that one of the community projects may be useful, including giving our local artists all the core plastic left over from our campaign signs and cutting them to various shapes and painting and creating butterflies and birds and other colorful features around town. So that was quite amazing. So there's some demonstrations of that towns have done with the leftover from campaigns. It was very good. We meet people from the teeny tiny summit all over. They remember coming to Minden for our teeny tiny summit. We've really put Minden on the map through this program. And I hope this continues to be the case. So I will, there's much more, but I will end there. And if people have questions about this, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Saini. Moving on to correspondence and communication. I think we have one thing is being pulled, so I'll let you go ahead with the order of the resolutions.
Okay. Moved by Councillor McKelvey, seconded by Councillor Hugh-Hennessy, that Council directs staff to pull forward the following item: 11.1 Rotary Fest event and special occasion permit request for resolution of municipal significance as information.
All those in favor? That is carried.
So we're just missing a mover to receive the rest of the correspondence as information.
Deputy Mayor Shell.
Thank you. Moved by Deputy Mayor Shell, seconded by Councillor Sisson, that council receives correspondence and communication items 11.2 to 11.9 as information.
All those in favor? That is carried. Okay, so 11.1. Councillor Johannesson, were you the one who wanted to speak to it?
I believe that Councillor McKelvey pulled it, but if you want to speak first or speak at all or not speak. Thank you. I would like to take a moment to recognize the vision behind Rotary Fest 2026. This is a much more than a festival or weekend of entertainment. There's an opportunity to bring our community together, showcase our local businesses, and shine a light on the many organizations that support residents throughout the year. As a councillor and a Rotarian, what stands out to me is that this event is designed to connect people, not only through music, activities, and family fun, but by introducing residents to the service clubs and community organizations that make Minden Hills such a caring and resilient place. Following the challenges our community has faced this year, this event reminds us of what we can accomplish when we work together. I believe Rotary Fest reflects the spirit of Minden Hills, community partnerships and service. I want to thank everyone that is bringing this vision forward, and I look forward to seeing it become a successful event for residents and visitors. Thank you.
Any questions or comments? You have a resolution to receive?
Through the chair, yes, I do. And it's basically declaring Rotary Fest as a municipal significant event. Council's in favor. Moved by Councillor McKelvey, seconded by Councillor Unanimous, that council receives correspondence 11.1 Rotary Fest event and special occasions permit request for resolution to designate as an event of municipal significance as information, and that council of the Township of Minden Hills declares the 2026 Rotary Fest scheduled for August 15th and 16th, 2026 to be events of municipal significance. And further, that this resolution be provided to the applicant in support of the special occasions permit application for the sale and serve of alcohol.
All those in favor? That is carried. We will take a break until 10:35. Okay, welcome back. On the restart always takes us a little while because we have to get the hamsters spinning the wheel to get the power for the system. All right, so we move on to quarterly report. You are first
Yeah.
up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm just going to make a couple of brief comments. And then we'll open it up for council comment or questions. So the quarterly reports that are before you today are for the period of April to June of 2026. Under capital, you'll see that several projects have been completed and in general, we're progressing well. I did want to address one project that will come forward as a standalone report to the August meeting, and that's related to the old fire hall. It's not on your quarterly reports because we've been assessing potential options for that building. It really wasn't designed for some of the options that have been suggested. So we just want to do a little bit more work, but that will come forward as a standalone report in August. In terms of operating, you see highlights for each department for Q2 and some future highlights on what departments are working on. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I haven't received any questions in advance, so I don't know if there are any questions from council.
Questions from council? Councilor McKelvey.
Thanks for clarifying the fuel fire hall, because I was asked about that. The accessible door operators, it said that we're, applying for another funding and hopefully we get that, but it indicates it's on the doors to the fitness area. And I'm just wanting to understand why it wouldn't make the priority for the doors that go to the rink area. I just never knew we were considering doors to the fitness.
So through the chair, actually for the accessible buttons, there's actually 10 locations. So the fitness center, the arena upper and lower, the front door of the gymnasium, going to the warm viewing area. And then there is a washroom going to the warm viewing area as well, the walking track that needs to be accessible.
Okay, that's fine. It just said the fitness area. Thank you for that.
I think the intention is these accessible doors will make areas fully accessible.
Yes, that's good. Candace, maybe you might want to, my next question is about the dock. And the whole dock and what's happening here. I see that you're talking about dock portions floating to move with the water levels. Jim Ecclestone has done a lot of work on a design for docks that float with the water levels, and he's got little small design things. I just would really like to see us talk to him about this, because he's got some great ideas and he has some engineering behind it there too. So the Riverwalk lighting, what's the next stage of that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we were directed as part of the budget to remove the existing, and that's what we've done. We have not been directed to do anything further.
Okay. It's fine for Candace. The Squash Line transfer station, just curious when it's going to open.
Through the chair, we don't have a date yet. We will likely do a bit of a soft launch before a grand opening. There's a lot of finer details that we're working on right now to be able to get it ready for opening. And there's still some electrical work that needs to be done as part of the scope of work.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sorry, on that, can I just, apparently there was some Ontario Hydro was delayed us a bit on electrical. Was that part of the root of the problem?
So through the chair, there weren't any delays with hydro. So they did just get hydro connectivity there, I guess 3 weeks ago now. But there was some background information that they needed before that they could get the work order in, and that was delayed. But not on hydro's part.
Okay, good.
The only other on the capital was road resurfacing and the slurry seal. Rumor out there, so I just want to get it clarified here is that we're changing some of the roads we were going to do because of the cost of the flood. So I just wanted to see, has there been any change with what was budgeted and what is actually being done?
Through the chair, there are no changes, and that's the first step for that.
Perfect. Okay. That's fine then. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Saney?
Thank you. I can't find it in the report as I'm looking for it, but excuse me while I stand up and do a happy dance because I saw that the source water protection work has gone ahead. And I saw that at county council, it was approved for the zoning and coming into compliance. And I was just really happy to see that is finally done. So thanks to everybody who worked on that over a long period of time. Thank you.
Moved by Councilor McKelvey, seconded by Deputy Mayor Shell, that council receives the 2026 second quarter capital report for the months of April to June as information.
All those in favor? That is carried. You want to do the operating report? Then
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I made my comments about both reports.
Okay.
And like I stated before, we didn't receive any questions, so I wasn't going to address any questions.
Okay. Any questions on the operating report? Let's read the resolution. Oh, Councilor McKelvey?
Just under the septic reinspection program, it talks about 2 failed systems in May, 2 in June. Just wondered what happens with that? Like, are they ordered to replace immediately?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we work with the individual property owners on the specific requirements for their properties, but we would not be able to talk about that in public.
Okay, building permits. Just wondered if there was any way of getting an idea of how many have been applied for that are still waiting for site plan.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's not something that we have today.
Councillor Ingram?
I just want to give a shout out to Claudia and septic reinspection program. She's doing an excellent job and I'm getting nothing but excellent comments on her work and her ability to work with the contractors. It's really good. So she deserves that.
Okay, good. Thank you. Read the resolution.
Moved by Councillor Saney, seconded by Councillor Ingram, that council receives the 2026 second quarter operating report for the months of April to June as information.
All those in favor? That is carried. So before we go on to the individual other areas, we'll loop back to the delegation. Okay. So this is Karen Jones. Yep. Okay, no problem.
Welcome, Karen. And Mr. Mayor, maybe while Ms. Jones is getting set up and ready, I'll just make a few opening comments.
Yep.
We're very pleased to present to council the strategic plan for the next 5 years for the Township of Minden Hills. This has been on our books for a long period of time. I think even before I got here, this was a project that was identified. So we're pleased to bring it to a conclusion. This is really the culmination of a lot of work and broad consultation with our community members, with council members, with staff. And it's exciting to have a high-level guiding document for the township. It really sets out priority areas of focus that will influence the recommendations that staff would bring forward to council and the decisions that are made about resource investment and our priorities. With council's adoption of the plan, staff would build annual work plans around those priority areas of focus and incorporate many of the ideas that we heard through the engagement process. The plan includes a vision, which is sort of that aspirational picture of how we want to be viewed as a township. The mission is really outlines priorities and how we are going to do our work. And we've outlined a set of values that really speak to character, outline how we will engage with each other. And they really impact our reputation as an organization and a community. With that, Mr. Mayor, like I say, we're very pleased to present this document to council. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Jones. She's done most of the work on pulling this together, so.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. So good afternoon, or I guess I should say good morning still, to Mayor and members of council, and of course to the staff that are here today. Thank you for this opportunity to present the township's 5-year strategic plan. I'm delighted, as Cynthia has already mentioned, to be here today to showcase the hard work and dedication that went into this plan, with involvement from the staff and also from the community, businesses, residents, and regional organizations that have all provided valuable input to bring us to where we are today. And of course, to you folks who were here at the early stages when we first kicked the plan off, for all of your feedback and engagement in that process. It was certainly most appreciated and allowed us to be where we are today. So with that, I just wanted to say that we've really worked closely with everybody to understand where Minden Hills is today, where the community wants to go, and what priorities should guide decision-making over the next 5 years. Today, I will walk through the plan that was developed, what we heard. I'll talk about the strategic framework and what the implementation looks like. I often say that we don't write the strategic plans, we simply facilitate the communication between the community and with where the community wants to go. The plan really reflects the voices of Minden Hills, and really our role in all of this was just to bring those perspectives to life and to provide you with a practical roadmap that you'd be able to implement for council and staff for years to come. So if we can just advance the slides. Right. So what we'll cover today, I'll start off with talking about how the plan was built, because that's really where the foundation starts. That's how we kind of got to where we are with the final document. It was about the engagement process. It was about the input that we received to really shape the priorities and the goals and actions that take the plan to life. We'll then look at the major themes that emerged from the engagement, review the strategic framework, and then I'll finish with implementation and next steps. My goal today isn't to walk through every specific action item. That will come later. It's really just to demonstrate to you how the recommendations are connected and they link back to what we heard from the community, because that's really what's the most important piece of this. Next slide. Great. So this is, as I mentioned, a plan that's been built on community input. I wanted to emphasize today that this plan wasn't developed in isolation. We collected input from over 400 survey respondents. We facilitated community and council sessions, and we conducted many with key stakeholders and community leaders. We also spent a great deal of time consulting with your senior staff, and that really helped us shape the plan and ensure that it was a document that could be realistic and implementable for you for years to come. The diversity and the perspectives is important because while not everyone always agrees on every single issue, there's many consistent themes that definitely emerged through the engagement process. So those themes have shaped the plan and really become that foundation. Next, yeah, thank you. So within the strategic plan, there's a full analysis of the community engagement, the results that came out of the survey, and also the stakeholder engagements. This slide is very reassuring in the sense that it demonstrates that the priorities are clear within the plan. Infrastructure was by far the highest priority area. Residents also spoke about economic sustainability, leadership, responsible financial management, environmental stewardship, and collaboration. The one statistic that you can see on the slide stands out with 85% rated clear township communication as very important. So this continues to live and is integrated within each of the priority areas that you'll see in the final document. That doesn't necessarily mean that people want more communication. It just means that they want clearer communication and a better understanding of why decisions are being made. Infrastructure, as I said, was very important. Roads, bridges, and sidewalks ranked the highest, and nearly half of respondents are really looking to see some, continued improvements as you move forward with your infrastructure planning. You'll notice that the themes appear repeatedly throughout all of the strategic priorities. And what we really tried to do was ensure that when we were looking at the engagement results, that we were able to embed that within the strategic priorities and then within the goal statements and the actions that will follow within the staff departmental plans at the implementation level. So the SWOT at a glance, what we categorized it into 4 quadrants or 4 areas: what makes us strong, where we want to grow, where we see potential, and what requires our attention. So this is documented within the plan, but for today's purposes, I just wanted to provide a high level look at what this looks like. The community has significant strengths. The passion here was certainly loud and clear through every engagement, every conversation that I had. People absolutely love Minden Hills, and that was really reassuring and very motivational. When I spent some time here in November, December, the conversations that we had, the welcoming feel that we got from the sessions, even being at the Dominion for a quick bite afterwards, just that feeling of community, it really stands out. And I think I've mentioned this before, and I know I mentioned it in my engagement sessions, but especially coming around Christmas time, to me, it really felt like that Hallmark movie feel. I just couldn't get over how everyone just seemed to know everyone. And it was a really nice feeling. And I work in a lot of communities across Ontario, and you don't always get that feeling. So that was loud and clear, whether it was a business, a resident, or an organization in a regional role. It was great to see. So I definitely think that that's a huge strength that you have, and that should be played on, and that does get incorporated into the strategic plan as we're moving forward. The natural environment, recreation opportunities, and a sense of community continue to be your tremendous assets. People are passionate. The residents also identified that areas that could require some attention could include infrastructure, organizational effectiveness, economic resilience, and just adapting to external pressures. And the opportunities are encouraging because they aren't about reinvesting in Minden Hills. They really are just about building on what already exists. There's a strong foundation. There's so much room for potential. And this plan will hopefully allow you to realize that potential and make it come to life. The vision and mission, this is a part of the plan that we worked on quite closely with senior staff on, and I really am happy with where it landed. The vision answers, what kind of community are we trying to become? What's our vision? What are we aspiring to be? So Minden Hills is a progressive, healthy, and welcoming community where everyone thrives. And the mission is to lead with clarity, deliver quality services, and support balanced growth that enhances quality of life and strengthens our community. So these are great statements to allow you to, when you're making decisions and looking at where you want to be in the future, coming back to this vision and mission on a regular basis will really help align with the strategic direction that you'll be taking. In addition to that is the core values. The next slide, please. The core values really make up the behaviors and the why you do what you do, the reason behind your decisions. And they're often overlooked in strategic plans, but they're really important because they describe how council and staff commit to working together. highlighted the four core values here, but within the document itself, there's more descriptions and it gets into more details on what each of these mean. So mutual respect and trust, integrity, compassion and teamwork, and open communication. So these are really the foundation for you to be able to develop when you're making decisions and you're deciding on what area you want to go, when you're building your organizational culture. They become very, very valuable in setting that expectation to help move you forward. And then, of course, the strategic framework. This is really the heart of the plan. So we've categorized the priorities into 4 areas: responsible growth and community well-being, visionary leadership, quality infrastructure and service, fiscal responsibility and sustainability. And these are the 4 areas where all of the goals and objectives, and then later the actions and implementation will fall from. We'll just highlight each of the 4 areas to give you a bit of an idea of what they are. And then, of course, within the document itself, there's a lot more details on the specifics of the how this is going to come to life and what it's going to actually look like. Next slide, please. So responsible growth and community well-being. The first part is the goal statement. So Minden Hills is an exceptional place to live, work, and visit. We intend to build a vibrant year-round community supported by a resilient local economy, high quality of life, and open communication that keeps residents informed, connected, and engaged. So within this priority area, there's a list of the specific strategic objectives. And within the document, there's a description on each of these and what they mean and how they relate specifically to where you're going as you adopt the strategic plan. So this priority is really about protecting what residents value while planning responsibly for the future. Growth isn't simply just about adding people. It's about ensuring that housing, tourism, business development, environmental stewardship, and community services all grow together in alignment. Communication is also in here because residents repeatedly told us that they want to be informed and engaged throughout the process, which again just speaks back to the passion that they have for the community. Next slide. So the second priority is visionary leadership with the goal statement: strengthen governance, organizational effectiveness, and service delivery by improving clarity, accountability, and internal processes while enhancing community vitality, supporting economic growth and business development, and better positioning Minden Hills for long-term success in serving residents, businesses, and the broader community. So again, you'll see 4 strategic objectives that are highlighted within the document. And this priority area really focuses inward. Communities perform best when governance is clear, staff understand the priorities, and the decisions are aligned. Several recommendations: strengthen organizational effectiveness from governance clarity, customer service, staff retention, and organizational capacity. Ultimately, this priority is about building an organization that's positioned to successfully deliver on the rest of the plan. The third priority is quality infrastructure and service. The goal statement: invest in infrastructure, public spaces, and the downtown core to support community pride, economic activity, and a high quality of life. There's 3 strategic objectives in this area. And this priority really responds directly to one of the strongest messages that we heard. Residents want visible investment in infrastructure. That includes roads, public spaces, downtown improvements, and community appearance. It's important to note that this isn't suggesting that every project has to happen immediately. Rather, it's more of a framework to provide counsel for for a way forward to prioritize future investments. And then the 4th priority area is fiscal responsibility and sustainability. And this goal statement reads: ensure financial and investment sustainability through sound fiscal practices, data-driven decisions, long-range planning, and the pursuit of funding opportunities. So everything in this plan ultimately depends on the financial sustainability in order to move forward. So this priority is really important and emphasizes the long-term planning rather than short-term reactions. It includes asset management, financial planning, digital modernization, pursuing external funding opportunities whenever possible. And strategic planning only succeeds when it's financially realistic and sustainable. That's really the most important piece. So the goal of this plan is not to sit on a shelf. We talked about that when we first all came together. It's really important that it's a living document, that it's used as your decision filter, that every priority, project and investment are considered when you're making decisions at the council table, at the committee table, at the staff level as well, so that everything is aligned and that you're able to move forward seamlessly. It's not an afterthought, and it's not something that you just pull out when you're doing quarterly planning. It's really a document that you want to ensure has a standing agenda item when you can bring it in and really kind of reflect back on a regular basis. So whether or not every opportunity, partnership, or investment moves forward, I think that in order for you to use this plan in a living document way is to ask yourself, with whatever decision you're making, does this advance one or more priorities in the strategic plan? How does this align with the strategic plan? And how do we move forward with it? And if the answer is yes, it aligns, then you know that you're moving in the right direction. And that's how you can use it more as a decision-making tool rather than a document that's just sitting stacked with all the other studies and reports. So as far as next steps, the adoption of the strategic plan is really just the beginning. The next phase is the implementation. So that means translating these priorities into developmental work plans. Cynthia's already mentioned that. And we have already laid the groundwork and built some actions that align specifically with the strategic plan so that staff can use that as an internal document to guide the direction that works best for them and for what's on their plates. Progress should really be annual. It should be reviewed, communicated, and reported back to residents, and then adjusted as necessary as new opportunities arise. We recognize that this is a living document, so that this plan should evolve as times change, as new opportunities happen, and as life goes on. So it really is a long-term planning document and a vision for your future, and that will really help you remain grounded as far as bringing it to life. So as far as kind of moving forward, and just the next slide, please. Continuing the partnership, of course, I'd like to thank everybody that participated through this process. It really has been a great opportunity to work with everyone and learn more about Minden Hills and the great businesses and residents and council and staff that reside here. You have a really strong foundation that you can build on over the next 5 years, over the next term of council. And as implementation begins, of course, we're always available to help with any reviews in the future. Should you need any support with implementation funding or any future planning, if you need the document updated and changed as you go, we're just a phone call away. So always available to come back to the table and help you ensure that it's meeting your needs and that you're able to kind of move forward. As part of this process, we did offer that we would check back in within 6 months time just to make sure everything is okay. So we will certainly do that and ensure that you're happy with the document, and that once the new term of council is in place, that this can be used as a guiding tool to help move the community forward. So with that, I would like to thank you again for your time today, and happy to answer any questions.
See you.
Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, thank you to Ms. Jones for her presentation and all the work. And I just wanted to reiterate again, if council, with council's endorsement of the strategic plan, this becomes a document that staff utilize on a regular basis. You'll see council reports will change slightly. We would make reference to how whatever recommendation we're bringing forward, whatever opportunity we're bringing forward, how it would tie back to the strategic priorities and assist council with decision making. In terms of us putting together annual budgets or annual work plans, again, there would be tied back to to a strategic plan. And I just might mention that the 4 areas of the strategic priorities are sort of pillars of the organization, if you will, and staff will be focusing on them collectively, not necessarily in isolation. So I just wanted to make a couple of ending comments, Mr. Mayor, before we open it up for questions. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's very important to note that, this document is really the culmination of an awful lot of input from across the community. And this is, this is the message that we received from our constituents and from the key stakeholders. So I'll open it up to questions from council. Councillor Johannesson.
Thank you. I think there's more, just my thoughts. Sometimes I run down these rabbit holes and I get stuck. I know a lot of work has gone into this. Thank you. And engaging with the public was great. I believe a strategic plan would be more effective at the beginning of a council term. It sets priorities early. A newly elected council can agree on its vision, goals, and key projects before budgets and major decisions are made. It guides decision-making and becomes a framework for annual budgets, capital projects, staffing priorities, and policy decisions throughout the 4-year term. It provides accountability that council and the public can measure progress against goals over the entire term. It respects the next council. Creating a new strategic plan just a few months before an election can tie the hands of an incoming council that may have different priorities. Our responsibility at this stage of the term is to continue governing responsibly, complete the work we have committed to, and provide a smooth transition to the next council. Unless there is an urgent need to act now, I believe it is more appropriate to allow the newly elected council to consider and decide this matter. Thank you.
Sure. No, thank you, Councillor Johannesson. And timing is certainly a consideration. I guess my experience is most strategic plans straddle council terms because they're intended to be long-term documents. I guess the timing of this one is interesting. Would have liked to have had this in place when I started 2.5 years ago, but it wasn't in place. I guess the one thought in deferring this body of work is it has been long expected. And a lot of input has gone in from the community. And so the optics of deferring, it would be our intention early in the next term of council to fully review this document with the sitting council members. We would do that annually anyway. We would also probably do a much more comprehensive review, say midterm of a council term. I think it's also challenging to expect some people who haven't sat on council before. There's a huge learning curve coming on to a council, and to expect that, creation of a strategic plan early on in a council term could be a bit daunting. So just some thoughts. I guess for me, the strategic plan is, I like to call them like an overarching guiding document. It's not necessarily getting down into the specific of what each department will be working on in 2027. That will be through the annual work and business planning and an annual budget process that we would get down into the specific priorities. I guess what we're asking today is, do the areas of focus, the priority areas of focus, that's what we've heard from our community. In terms of, do we do project X or project Y? Any council will be making those decisions on an annual basis or on an ongoing basis. So just some thoughts, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I really appreciate all the work that's gone into this and the consultations that were done over 2 years, but I have to agree with Councillor Johansson that anywhere I looked for strategic planning, it talked about undertaking a strategic planning process at the beginning of each council term is critically important to successful municipal governance. I've seen several things in here where it should never be done at the end of the term. I know of lots of municipalities that have had a strategic plan presented to them, early in the last year, and they've deferred to the next council. So, I mean, here we are 4 months from an election. So, well, less than that, I guess now, but anyways, I would like to see us accept this as information. I would like to see it brought forth as a recommendation to the next council to finalize it. Some of the things I have concerns with, which is nobody's fault, it's the reality that we're in, but it has some outdated financial information in here. It would be nice to get our financial data updated so that we're not reporting 23's financial statements. In 24's operating budget, I would like to see this be a lot more current. I'd like the next council to do this in, the first 3 months of their term, recognizing it's sometimes difficult if you have a new member of council that hasn't been involved in the process. But I think we could have Karen back to help outline all the consultations that were completed and help educate council on that. So I will defer to all of council, obviously, but my recommendation is that we accept it as information and refer it to the next council.
Councillor Sandy?
Well, I'm unfortunately in disagreement with my colleagues on this one. I strongly believe that this is a community priority. This was not our document. This belongs to the community. It's a very big difference between us as a council making decisions and what the next council is going to be, which this is not. This is something that came from our community with a great deal of consultation and lots of discussions, and with expertise doing analysis and putting this together. If we talk about governance being slow, this is why governance is slow. We don't make decisions. We've got this before us. We're asking to go ahead. There's nothing earth-shattering in here. There's some really good information and grounding information in here that we can move forward with. And instead of leaving our staff floating down the river, let's ground them to a place that they have to work from. They need some footing from us to say, this is where our community wants us to go. This is where we need to go. As a council and as a new council, we'll be making those kinds of priorities. We'll be setting those kinds of goals through our budget and other processes. And that's where we need to work on this in terms of the next council and where we need to go, what the priorities are going to be, setting the new budget, working with staff. But I think the high level of this, I mean, just talking about the integrity, I mean, can we not agree at this council, not for the next council, but for councils further, even 20 years from now, that these are some of the basic values that are important to us. So overall, I would like to see this pass today and ground what we're doing with what the community priorities are, not postponing it, which I think would be just another one of those kind of demonstrations of another research project sitting on the shelf we're not using. I really want to give this opportunity. Once again, the new council can do whatever they want to do. They don't even have to acknowledge this. It's up to the new council. So I think as this council, we need to go forward around this and give our staff some footing to work from. So I'm very strongly in favor of this. I did have some other minor questions, but they seem minor now compared to the whole thing. Like, if I might, just with a minor question, if I will.
Right.
When we look at the, thanks through the mayor, when we look at the income issues, one of the things that I didn't see come out of this report is the seasonal nature of our community. And we have winter, which is slower. We have summer, which is faster. We've all experienced this. We get used to that kind of routine, and we excited when summer comes, and we shake our brow finally when it's over. And And I'm thinking that the wages in here might be reflecting on that kind of seasonal employment more so than the senior population. So that was just one of the minor things that stood out in terms of the analysis of it. But, you know, there's a couple more, but they are minor kind of observations. But overall, I think this is a document that is important for us to move forward with and not leave it to people who are just figuring out how a council meeting works to make a decision on trying to ground our staff in their work. Thank you.
Yeah. Councilor Ingram. Through you, Mayor. I feel as though the taxpayers depend on us to make proper decisions, and a proper decision in this case, in my opinion, is to allow the people that are elected by the people make the decision on how to change the strategic plan. We're talking about August, September, and part of October. We're not going to get anything done on this in those 3 months anyway. So why not wait till the new council and allow them to make the decision on what's the future, not us. We bind them to this if we agree to it. So I'm for deferring it. I love the report, everything in it, but I don't think it's our time to make the decision on this.
Councillor Sisson, well, actually, sorry, Deputy Mayor Sheldon.
I'm hearing what everybody's saying, but this document was not created by council. This isn't just council's thoughts. This was put together by members of the community, business owners, et cetera, et cetera. Their seats aren't changing come October 26th, okay? Only some of the seats that are here. The items listed are what our community wants to see. So regardless of who's sitting here next, I would hope that they would follow the plan that what the community wants and not just go off on their own. I see this as a living document, and I think it's a great roadmap for the new council to come in, hit the ground running with, okay, it's great. This is what the community wants, and this is how we're going to go about it. I don't see this as binding any members of council to have to do the things that are in here. I think it's more about the spirit of the community, their feelings, what they would like to see, and then it's up to the next council how they make that happen.
Councillor Sisson.
I'd just like to ask Karen, in all your years' of experience, have you ever had one pass this late in the term? Or is it always at the start of the term?
The timing varies from community to community. I wouldn't say there's any set rule on how it has to work. This one is a little later just because it took some time to make sure that the polished document reflected the needs of the community and aligned with where the staff wanted to go. So ideally, I mean, obviously, maybe midterm would make sense. It is hard at the beginning of the term when you are onboarding and you are looking at everything at once to really start thinking about strategic plans. If you think about a business, they're using their business plans on a regular basis. If that business ownership changes, sure, the business plan might get updated, but it's still a living document. And I think we keep going back to that phrase because it really is intended to be a roadmap. So the timing isn't as relevant as it is that the staff have clear direction and priorities because they're still working in their jobs from now until the new council. And then there's time for the new council to get sworn in and onboarded. So there's short-term goals and short-term actions that can move forward to keep that momentum going because the community doesn't want to feel like they're being ignored. They want that momentum to keep growing. And it doesn't mean that it's any life-changing changes that are going to be happening by saying, yeah, we endorse the strategic plan. It's just giving staff a really good framework. So the timing of when it comes to council, there's certainly best practices. Like I said, like midterm would be good, but you don't want to wait now for another couple of years when you have all of this really good data and the community is telling you what they want. So
I think it's important. We were elected to represent the community. We went through this process by deciding that we would engage the community as much as we possibly could, whether it be individuals in the community or businesses or various leaders, and we have come together with this document. We're not making a decision here on, whether we're going to be building a huge tower in the center. I mean, most of what is here is the framework and the living document of, hey, our community wants us to live and to work in a certain way. The ideas of the integrity and mutual respect and trust and teamwork and communication and so on. They're the guiding principles that our community has said, that's how we would want our council to work into the future. There's nothing here that binds any future council from into a large project or a large amount of money being spent or a large direction. This is the culmination of the work that we've been able to do over the whole term of council. And it seems to me that this is what the community has told us they want. And so, I think we almost have a responsibility to approve this, and then, the next council will then decide how exactly they're going to do all of the projects, but hopefully not ignoring, what the community has told them and how they want the councils to work. So, I don't have a problem at all about where this is in the term of council, particularly with the nature of this document. This is something we had to work years for to get to. So it doesn't make sense to me to push it off. Any other questions? Everybody's had their turn. Councillor McKelvey.
I agree that there was a lot of work put into this and we received a lot of community consultation, but we also received this council's consultation. I mean, this is supposed to be a strategic plan that identifies priorities of this council as well. So I mean, if you check what a strategic planning process involves, is where consensus lies among members of council, establishing priorities for the, I don't think this is something that should be kicked down the road for 2 years. I'm not suggesting that. I'm thinking that this should be something that it is dealt with by the next council early in their term.
Madam CEO.
And so just through you, Mr. Mayor, council's comments, priorities, input has been incorporated into this document. What will happen with a strategic plan once it's adopted is the council of the day will determine the specific action items that will be part of implementing the strategic plan. But this is not absent of council input on the priorities. I think we're conflating two different.
Okay. You have resolution. Go ahead.
We have a recorded vote on that, please.
Thank you. Absolutely. So this will be a recorded vote. I'll go around alphabetically. Please answer for or against. I'll read the motion. Yeah, I'll read the motion first. Moved by Councillor Saney, seconded by Councillor Johannesson, that council receives report 2628 administration strategic plan for information, and that council adopts the strategic plan for the 5-year timeframe 2026 to 2031. So we'll start with Councillor Ingram, for or against?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Johannesson, for or against?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, for or against?
Against.
Thank you. Deputy Marshall, for or against?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Saney, for or against?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Sisson, for or against?
Against.
Thank you. Mayor Carter, for or against?
For.
Thank you. So the resolution is defeated.
Thank you. Sure. We're gonna break until 11:35. All right, welcome back. We start off with Public Works. Mr. Timmons, please start when you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor Carter. Good morning, everybody. First report here from Public Works is in regards to the roads need study, speed limit review, and traffic speed study. We did put out the RFP a little while ago. We got two compliance submissions, and we'll get into that in a little bit here. Just for a little background, this is so roads need study, traffic speed review, and traffic speed study all sort of wrapped into one package. This will not only help us assess our roads and obviously the needs of the roads, but also determine if our speed limits are appropriate throughout the township, and maybe make some recommendations of what we could do for some potential traffic calming or some adjustments to the speed limits. Like I said, two compliance submissions. It was a 55% price, 45% rated criteria. If you go down to the financial section, you'll see that the rated criteria was a tie, effectively, two very good submissions, which is always good to see. So ultimately, this came down to price, with GEI Consultants being the winner. It is within our budget, which is set at approximately 118,000 for this little group of projects. So the recommendation here is to award to GEI Consultants for just shy of 100,000, 900 or 99,730.
When would this be done?
Through the chair, we'll be starting effectively immediately. We're using primarily the digital radar signs that we own. So we've already been collecting, obviously, data through town. So that's already sort of taken care of. You will see the signs move around. We're going to have to obviously take them to other locations, but we'll be collecting that. So even if the consultant isn't, here next week, we'll be collecting our data to help feed their report.
Questions? No. Solution.
Moved by Counselor Saney, seconded by Counselor Anderson. The council receives report 2620 Public Works, roads needs, speed limit review, traffic speed, and study award as information. And that council directs staff to award the RFP 26002 roads needs study, speed limit review, and traffic speed study to GEI Consultants Canada for a total price of $99,730 plus HST.
All those in favor? That is carried. Moving right along.
Okay, next report is for the sidewalk RFP award. Again, over the few weeks ago through June, we had this posted. We received 3 compliant submissions in this case. This one was 100% price, given the nature of the project. So there's no additional rated criteria to be considered on this RFP. 3 submissions were from Weir Gradle, Four Brothers, and Fowler Construction. You can see a large variation in cost on these ones, but happy to report that the Weir Gradle price does meet our capital budget. So the recommendation is to move forward with Weir Gradle for $331,425.
Questions? Councilor Sisson.
First of all, it's nice to see you come in on our budget, Mike, on last 2 of these. I have to ask, why the big difference in price here? Like, are we getting the same amount of work done? Where are we doing sidewalks? Like, what sidewalks are being done?
Yeah, through the chair, it was the apples to apples submission. I can't obviously speak for the contractors, but it sort of, some of these numbers are sort of, maybe you want us to drop everything and come, you pay a little extra, but that's, I can't speak to why their numbers are so different. In terms of where we're doing it, it's a number of locations. We're attacking the worst of the worst sidewalks, so that the crumbling portions on through Main Street here, cut out, removed. The parts that we've been dealing with for years will be rectified. The worst, in my opinion, is the interlocking brick around the bridge and towards over the bank. Those will all be eliminated, as that is, in my opinion, probably the worst for people with mobility issues. So it'll be the worst case area. So it's we won't be doing much sort of wholesale, full blocks with. We're really taking out the worst trip hazards, the worst areas for the people with mobility issues and replacing it with adequate sidewalk. As well, we will be putting in tactile plates for the vision impaired, so they're aware when you get to the edge of the sidewalk. All these things that help us improve our sidewalks for mobility and bring us a little bit closer to the AODA requirements as well.
Councillor Skinny.
Yes, thank you for bringing this forward. Great, it's getting done. Just a question in terms of ongoing maintenance and repairs. Sometimes these things can get damaged in the winter with plows and things. Is there a way that we have to make sure we don't end up damaging our beautiful new construction? Thanks.
Yeah, through the chair, it can be difficult. Sidewalks having a different sort of standard. We do use a higher salt content on our sidewalks than we do on our roads, just because obviously a slip, in your boots or something is a little bit different. So that does take a bit of a toll. The sidewalk machine itself doesn't generally cause much damage. Obviously having a good operator, making sure we have somebody in there can certainly help.
Any questions? Councillor Ingram.
This is gonna sound crazy, Mike. I understand you gotta keep salt on there to keep it safe, for sure. But is there any other way of doing it? Because that stuff just destroys concrete. But I know it's gonna cost money or whatever it is, but we looked at any sort of surface treatment, I guess the Main Street.
Through the chair, there are some other options, but you're right, they do get pricey, but that's certainly something I can look at and bring some recommendations. Yeah. Yeah, I can certainly bring some recommendations for the next one.
Okay. Resolution.
Moved by Counselor Hennessy, seconded by Counselor Saney, that council receives report 2621 road sidewalk improvement RFP award as information, and that council directs staff to award the RFP 26003 Minden sidewalk improvements to Weir Gradle Limited for $331,425 plus HST.
All those in favor? That is carried.
Okay, next report, report 2622 for the pedestrian crossover. Just following up on a few things. Obviously, we've had a couple reports on this topic and I continue to receive feedback. So we have sort of approached the primary concerns from the previous meeting. Again, including parking, traffic backup, and there were some discussion about making some changes or upgrades to the current courtesy crosswalks. We have sort of got some more feedback from the engineering firm as well as some traffic experts that were able to provide a little more detail. So we'll start with the parking. We do have some potential plans for additional parking that we can bring forward along Water Street that we can talk about for the next budget, which would give us a little bit additional parking. Another thing that can help would be some direction and some proper signage, making sure people understand where there is available parking, for example, over here at Milne, so people are aware and not just simply driving around the block waiting for that one spot to come up. So we do have some ideas there, and we have received, and some of the council may have seen some of this as well. We have received some feedback where maybe the parking, I know it's an important one for some people, other people don't see it as such a critical piece of this puzzle. So there is, it's been mixed, but there is lots of support for the crosswalk and maybe potentially a few parking spaces as well. There was some talk about how it may, by moving the crosswalk to the center, we may create additional sort of traffic jams type scenarios. So having looked into this further, the flashing lights are on, that they can be adjusted, but generally an average 15 to 30 seconds every time somebody presses it. This crosswalk, just to clarify, is different than the one at the school. The one at the school is a red light. When it's red, you stop until it turns green. This one, if there's nobody present at the crosswalk, even if the lights are flashing, you may proceed with caution, right? So I don't believe there'll be any more traffic disruption than the current setup. On to the thought about upgrading or moving existing courtesy crosswalks. Again, I have confirmed this both with the engineering firm and as well with some folks that know the Ontario Traffic Manual. The concept of the courtesy crosswalk is really not recommended from a legal perspective. The ones that exist are grandfathered. We're okay if we just want to leave them as is, but any type of significant upgrade beyond, you know, just painting the lines and stuff that we've done would require this to be brought up to AOD standards, which is what this crosswalk project is proposing. So I hope that addresses some of the comments and concerns, and happy to discuss further, of course.
Questions? Councilor Ingram.
Mayor, did we get a price on this?
Through the chair, we had an estimated budget, but I have not yet gone to tender for.
What was the estimate on? Was it just a sidewalk?
Oh,
Or the crosswalk?
sorry, the
part,
crosswalk.
Yeah.
The high level, I mean, again, this is not a tender price, but the engineer's estimate was about 130,000.
And you say the ones are grandfathered, so we can maintain them as they are, provided we don't change anything other than the road markings, and I guess we could put some signage a little before and a little before each of them if we wanted to. But basically you're saying, or the engineer's saying, we're okay, as long as we don't upgrade them.
Madam Speaker.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, we would never put courtesy crosswalks in today. They're not recommended. They're there and we can line them. It does not address the safety issues that we've been hearing fairly loud and clear. So
Quite frankly, it's more dangerous to come down here for the farmer's market than it is to walk across the main street. And yesterday I sat down there for an hour and a half. 10 people walked across the main street. None of them used any of the crosswalks. So, I mean, it's like downtown Toronto. You put a crosswalk at every intersection because people don't know how to use them. Advertise them and show them off. Spend 130,000.
This is first and foremost about public safety. A well-placed crosswalk provides a safer way for residents and visitors to move through our downtown. There's accessibility for seniors, families with young children, people with mobility, rather than drive. As the community continues to grow, we need to invest in infrastructure that makes making us safer and more fun. Proper crosswalk is practical improvement that encourages walkability, supports our downtown businesses, and demonstrates people can move safely and fun. Recognize that this proposal has generated differing opinions. Many residents support the crosswalk, and others have mixed views, believe that safety is important, but not against the crosswalk. We also recognize with that being said, something is needed better. Elected officials, we will always agree that as part of healthy local government, my responsibility is to listen carefully, review the information, decision I believe best interest. After considering benefits, I believe this crosswalk is worthwhile investment, including the pedestrian safety and accessibility as a core responsibility. While I appreciate concerns about the cost, I believe investing infrastructure that helps protect residents and visitors. I respect those who have reached different conclusions during this project. Safer to live.
Any other questions? Councilor McKelvey.
This has been a really difficult one because I guess we didn't, a budget time, we didn't know that it was this much for it, but I'm more concerned about the parking loss, and that doesn't mean I'm not concerned about public safety. My concern is that when I go to talk to some people, or when a lot of people have come to me, they like the two-end courtesy crossings because they're going to the bank, or they're going to the Dominion, or they're crossing the street to go on the other side of the bridge to walk to school. I've had so many people contact me about this, and in all honesty, more than just half are wanting to keep the courtesy crosswalks because they like where they're located. There's concern that if you put a crosswalk in the middle, you not only lose parking, but people will just jaywalk because they no longer have two options. So I find this whole project has been difficult to maneuver through and try to recognize everybody's concerns, but it's just not an easy decision for council to be put into on this.
Councilor Saney?
Yeah, I support Councillor Johannesson's position on this. I think that to bring our access to our downtown up to accessibility standards under the Disables Act, which is based on science and lots of traffic studies and really important information. I would like us to go ahead with this as we do our sidewalks, if we could. Potentially, since we would have to, if we go ahead with this later, another council does, we'd have to destroy part of the work we've done in order to put in the crosswalk at that point. So I'd like to see this done together. I'd like it to be brought up to standards. And yesterday, the day before, I was at the terrible intersection that I hate to put myself in by the bridge in our downtown area. And it was traffic coming from every single direction, and an elderly man was on a bicycle directing traffic there because nobody could see around the cars to get through, let alone looking for people too crossing as he was trying to cross. It is a very, very difficult spot right there. And I know, and I suspect every one of us on council has at some time crossed in the middle of that road. And probably more so often than we've walked down to the crosswalks to get across. I'm in support of going ahead with this as it's been recommended by the engineers and the studies that have been done to make our community safe. And I'd like to see this go in as soon as possible. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much. Just 2 points of clarification for council. We've kicked this one down the road long enough. We can't do the sidewalks and the crosswalk at the same time. So the sidewalks have been tendered. They will be, we'll be moving ahead with that directly. I don't believe we're tearing up what we've already done to put in a crosswalk at a later date. But given the delay in moving forward with the crosswalk, it's not happening at the same time as the sidewalks. I'd also like to clarify, this is a information report. Staff have their direction. So if council's going in a different direction, there's a whole procedure we need to do. This staff was given direction as part of the budget process. And we did include a cost at that point. Thank you.
So I think that I'll have to say, and the people that I talk to, public safety is of paramount importance. And in terms of, yes, it's horrible that we lose some parking, but there is parking in this area. And in fact, not to cast aspersions on anybody, but off of some of the parking is taken up by people who are owners or workers in the stores that don't need to be parking on the street there. So, but the public safety issue is, I think, of such paramount importance that this is an important project for downtown. When we talk about revitalization and having more businesses in the downtown area, it's going to become busier. And I think that this crosswalk is extremely important, not only for the elderly and the people who are disabled, but the children and for everybody who wants to sensibly cross that street. So I think it's really important. Councilor Ingram?
Through you, if safety is so important and our dock has been condemned, why is the thin little rope holding people away from it? Shouldn't it be fenced right off completely? Wouldn't that be a safe thing to do if it's condemned?
I'm not really certain what that has to do with the crosswalk. Councilor McKelvey?
I'd like to follow up on something this year you mentioned. So, really, then, this is just for information and we don't have any input. Is that, I just want to make sure I understand that really council can't have opinions or change their thoughts. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have never said council cannot have opinions or change direction. I said there is a procedure to go through if you are reconsidering previous direction to staff. That's what I said.
That's what I just wanted to find out. I see that. So really, like, all of this is new.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we were asked to bring forward further information. This is probably 4 reports back on details related to the crosswalk. Mr. Timmons did that, and we've kicked this thing down the road a few times. All I'm saying to council is direction to staff during budget was to proceed with a crosswalk on the main street. That's what staff has done. If you want to go in a different direction, council, that's your prerogative, but there is a procedure to go through to do that.
By Councillor Hennessy, seconded by Councillor Saney, that council receives report 2622 roads, pedestrian crossovers information.
All those in favor? Sorry. Carried. Community service? Talk to me about my friends and family.
The report 2613 is in regards to the Friends and Family Festival in Ontario that is coming to the Minden Fairgrounds in September. They are in the process of doing with the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario to get their special occasion permit, and they're requiring the AGCO needs to have it deemed an event of municipal significance. In working with the organizers for the past year, we feel as staff, this is going to be an amazing event for our community. Their admission is $3 for people to attend with children under 12 free. So this is quite an accessible event for community. They have been working with local vendors and communities to bring local attributes to it. So we are here today to acquire a resolution for council to deem it as a municipal significant event.
Remind us on the date again.
So the event date will be the 20th, 21st, and 22nd. They will be starting their setup on the 18th and then the cleanup on the Monday,
Sorry, what month?
September.
September. Questions? Councillor Saney?
Just to say, this is great that they chose our community to put this in, so I'm really happy about that. And if the mayor could make sure that the weather is good, that would be terrific too. Thank you.
Do I can.
Okay.
Strong mayor and all, I should be able to do that. Okay. Resolution.
Moved by Councillor Saney, seconded by Councillor Johansson, that council receive report 2613 Community Services Department, FAF Festival Ontario's information, and that council deem the FAF Festival Ontario event as municipally significant.
All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Chief Kruger.
It's still 11:59, so good morning, Mayor and Council.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this is a quarterly report for the Fire Master Plan. And if council recalls, the Fire Master Plan was broken into several different items, the recommendations and the initiatives. For this report, the recommendations and the initiatives are kind of gathered together into 3 different tables. The first table is items that have been completed. Doesn't mean that they will never come forward again. If there's additions or additional services or whatever, they may be brought forth again, but for all intents and purposes, they have been completed. The second table is items that are ongoing. They're in various stages. For example, dry hydrants. I've been looking at sites. Now we're putting together the process of getting quotes to get the work done. And then the third table is items that have been moved to our quarterly operating report. That includes things like the fire prevention activities and public education activities. And with that, I think it's probably easier just to entertain questions.
Questions, Deputy Mayor Shell.
Thank you. It's not so much a question, Chief, but one of the things you had in here about the possibility of the township assisting with the cost of the DZ licensing. We actually used to do that. So I don't know what the cost would be. Maybe something you'll have to figure out how many people need it, but I may or may not be here, but I would suggest that that be something that would be in your budget, because we did do that before and it worked well.
Through the chair, that's certainly something we can look at come budget time. I would suggest that probably when it was done, there wasn't much of a cost to obtain the DZ license, whereas now it is fairly significant. Certainly, but that's certainly something I could look at come budget time. But we provide the apparatus for the firefighters to do all their training on, and we also pay them for their driving time and when they're doing their training as well. And that's kind of the offset, if you will.
It's McKellen, sorry. Okay, Councillor Ingram, your hand was up.
I think the big problem with that, the concern, not a problem, concern with that was that firefighters some will get their license and then, so it was, that was the big issue as to why it stopped, I think. If you had a clause in there that obligated them to stay for so long, then you probably covered quite easily.
Through the mayor, that is correct. That is typically why a lot of departments don't do that.
That's McKellen.
So on November the 13th of 2025, when the updates were reviewed, we asked for a report on what the other townships do for DZ licensing. I don't think you've had a chance to do that because we haven't seen that.
Through the chair, no, I have not done that. I will apologize. I can certainly look into getting that done for you.
So I think that would help us to know whether we really want to do what you're doing or what we, but you know, it was last year. So the other, can I ask other?
Go ahead.
At that time, and then I looked at the fire master plan and we talked about publicly acknowledging the local employers, and I'm trying to see in here, but the firefighters didn't feel that was necessary, but I personally feel that is necessary. I mean, if we don't appreciate these local employers that are letting their staff go to be volunteer firefighters, we would be in a lot of trouble here on daytime calls, a lot of trouble.
So,
So
sorry, continue.
I just think we should do that. So I'm concerned that it's being blocked off the list or check mark done. That's not done in my opinion, so.
So through the chair, I consulted with the firefighters and the firefighters that had employers that allowed that. And they wished to not have something done publicly because they felt that it might draw attention that could be construed as negative for letting people leave work.
Perhaps we can look a little bit more into this and bring back more information than what's on this report right now.
Yeah, I think I'd like to know more, and I'd like to know from the businesses themselves, not necessarily.
I think that there's a couple things, I've seen in the US in particular with like National Guard and things like that, they make a general statement of saying for all the people that do, that do this, thank you. Or we could just send a letter out from the municipality to the people, so it's not.
Right. It's on their bulletin board.
There's not anything that necessarily has to go with the public.
There are certainly some options we can look at.
If we may, Mr. Mayor, let us bring back some information.
Councillor Sane?
I just want to point out that this is even a much broader issue than the DZ licensing and paying for that, because our volunteer firefighters represent about 70 to 75% of our firefighters in Ontario as volunteers. And there are other municipalities, particularly rural municipalities, are saying the provincial funding model is not supportive. So we're studying here, trying to figure out whether we're going to cover with tax rates, DZ licensing, when I think there's some broader issues that we need to maybe bring back to council along this. And I just want to read part of the, one of the things from Bon Cher Valley that was brought out with the issue around funding to transition the current practice of competitive provincial funding firefighters grant programs into permanent, stable, predictable funding. And I think that's something that we see to be looking at in terms of supporting our fire department. So if we could bring that to council, I realize it's not exactly around the DZ, but it is about how we finance that. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think we need to keep it focused on the fire chiefs giving an update, a quarterly update on the fire master plan. If there's other things that council, I would appreciate council coming to me if there's other things that, you'd like to see brought forward. But I think we need to narrow the conversation.
Right. Any other questions? Councillor McKelvey?
One of the things in the fire master plan that spoke about the number of inspections that you're going to be faced with for the short-term rentals, and it was looking like it could have been over 1,000 at that time. And if you don't have that information now, that's fine, but maybe give it to us later. Or I'm just curious what impact that is having.
So through the chair, the building and bylaw department has been doing those inspections. I am not doing those
Oh,
inspections.
well then, there we go.
Yes, I conferred and attended some of the inspections with the building and bylaw department when they first started the program to ensure that they were doing them correctly. And I was satisfied with the results. And so they are looking after that themselves.
Perfect. The other thing is this boat and getting it registered commercially. That should be easy to do, or?
Through the chair, in theory, yes. The problem was that the paperwork for that, for the vessel itself, was not digitized. It was paper copies, and it took quite some time to locate that paperwork. And so now we're working through the process, and it is also, I might add, it's federal, so we'll work at the speed of the federal government.
Yeah.
Okay. Other questions? Councillor McKelvey?
Just one of the charts that was in that fire master plan that was really interesting was the different NFPA standards, firefighter one, fire, et cetera, et cetera. And it had in there eligible personnel, completed or pending, and percentage. Again, could we just have something like that updated to know how we're doing with all of these?
Through the chair, I can certainly look at something like that. I can just tell you right now, though, that we are meeting our requirements under the legislation.
Okay, I was wanting it just an update on the chart if I could, but.
Through Mr. Mayor, I think we'll have to take a look at that and see what we're able to provide.
Okay. No questions, please read the resolution.
Moved by Counselor Saney, seconded by Counselor Ingram, that council receives report 26007, Fire Department Fire Master Plan, quarterly update as information.
All those in favor?
Thank you.
All right, well, we have a number of other things. So. Okay. All right, so we'll do 12.5. Lewis. That's you. Mr. Rick Walton. You'll have to share the microphone, so play nice. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, through the chair, we have a bylaw for our new AMP, so administrative monetary penalty. This will be used right now in conjunction with our demerit point system. But this will actually introduce a fine for short-term rentals that are not in compliance with our current short-term rental bylaw. As part of the AMP's bylaw, it is attached. We need to appoint a screening officer as well as a hearing officer. So the screening officer looks after appeals from offenses that are issued, for tickets that are issued. If that decision from the screening officer is appealed, then it goes to our hearing officer. So it's very the bylaw is meant and the legislation is meant to follow the provincial court system on how appeals and tickets are dealt with. So as part of this bylaw, we are appointing our short-term rental administrator, Hannah, as a screening officer, as well as the clerk, Vicky. And we are also appointing sorry, I just want to make sure I get the name right. Debbie Ann Hall Paralegal Services as a hearing officer. Again, the hearing officer is only used if the screening officer decision is appealed. And the costs are in the report below. So it's $350 for a half day, which covers 3 reviews, and $600 for a full day, which covers 6 reviews. Take any questions?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, can you explain why the demerit system is not working right now and the need for AMPs? I mean, I think you've jumped into, here's our bylaw, but I think it would be good background information why we're struggling right now and why we're making the recommendation for administrative monetary penalties.
Yeah, of course. I can talk about it and then talk about what I missed. So we the current demerit point system, if there's an infraction for an STR, they're assigned demerit points. Once they build up demerit points, they can no longer get a license. Our biggest issue and our biggest non-compliance issue is people operating without a license, where demerit points don't have an effect on that. There's nothing we do. There are charges we can go through the provincial courts. And I can let Tim speak to those, but they're a lot more cumbersome for staff and a lot more costly for staff to go through the process. Not to mention the provincial court system is backed up 1 to 2 years for those fines. And because of how much they're backed up, those fines typically will get thrown out because they need to be. Yes, exactly.
Okay, so just maybe go into a little bit more detail on what the fines are and so on, and if there's a hearing on who's paying for that and so on.
And if I may, Mr. Mayor, this allows the municipality to administer the process and not rely on the court system. Right.
So the fines are all listed. There's quite a few of them on page 13 of the bylaw. And those fines, those offenses will match our offenses in our STR bylaw. So we've used those specific wording for those offenses. So currently, it's kind of a graduated fine system. And I'll use one as an example, operating without a license. We have $1,000 for the first offense. The second offense is 2,000, and any offense after that is 3,000. So it's a consecutive fine charge. And sorry, what was the second part? What was the part of that question? The fines.
Just, if, so you talked about there'd be costs if there were.
Oh, yes.
Like, the fine's gonna cover our costs.
Yeah, so the way the fines are laid out, and expecting that not every fine will be appealed. Those fines are used to cover the cost of the appeal officer. We're under the legislation, we're not able to charge for somebody coming for an appeal. We are able to charge if they do not show up for an appeal, an administrative fee, but we cannot charge for them requesting an appeal.
Okay.
So those charges are borne by the municipality.
Okay. Questions? Councilor Ingram?
Is this specifically for non-licensed establishments? Because I'm wondering, we have a process through the county for appeals, for STRs. I wonder if this conflicts, or if it's specific to that, it doesn't.
So the appeals, I believe, are for if they're denied a license. Whereas this is more if they're running without a license.
Okay.
Or there's other fines on here. So providing false information on an application, renting rooms that in contrary to the approved license, just things like that. But I believe the appeals are only for denial of a license.
No, actually, it's among other things. It's for relieving the STR owner of their demerit points, because they come to us and request their demerit points be taken. Right. So we don't do that though, right? Specifically, because I think we're doubling up that, but that's what I want.
Yep.
Questions, Councilor McKelvey?
I'm really excited about this. This will be a lot easier for the team to try and enforce compliance with a short-term rental without waiting for years to get a court date. My question would be, how long before we can apply these to some other bylaw enforcements? And would they be applicable to do for property standards? Next meeting, please.
Mr. Mayor. So
This is, this is our first.
Yeah.
shot at amps, right? So we want to get one in place and then the rest of it.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other questions? None?
Moved by Deputy Mayor Shell, seconded by Councilor McKelvey, that council receives report 2601, building and bylaw administrative monetary penalty AMPS as information. And that council appoint Hannah Yo and Vicky Bull as screening officers of the Township of Minden Hills through bylaw 2673. And that council appoint Debbie Ann Hall of Debbie Ann Hall Paralegal Services Professional Corporation as a hearing officer for the Township of Minden Hills through bylaw 2674. And that council refers bylaw 2671 AMPS, appointing bylaws 2673 and 2674 to the bylaw section of the agenda for approval.
All those in favor? That is carried. We will break for lunch until 12:50. Okay, welcome back. We start right in with planning and development, Ms. Doherty. Take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, report 26-28 is for the zoning bylaw amendment for PLZBA 2026-019 being Canark Child and Family Services. I don't have anything further to add.
Any questions, council? Seeing none, please read the resolution.
Moved by Counselor Sisson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Shell, that council receives report 26-28 planning application for zoning bylaw amendment to information. And
I'm sorry.
And further, that bylaw 2666 being a bylaw to approve the zoning bylaw amendment for land subject of PLZBA 2026019 be referred to the bylaw section of the agenda.
No.
Now.
Okay. All those in favor? There. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, on to your next one, please.
Through Mr. Mayor, report 26-29. This is for zoning bylaw amendment specific to temporary use for PLTU 2026-024 riding, and I don't have anything further to add.
Are there any questions from council? Please read the resolution.
Moved by Counselor Saney, seconded by Counselor Johansson, that council receive report 26-29 planning's information, that bylaw 2667 being a temporary use bylaw to allow construction of an accessory building where there is currently no primary use for land subject of PLTU 2026024 be referred to the bylaw section of the agenda. And further, that bylaw 2668 authorizing the mayor and clerk to execute the agreement between the Township of Minden Hills and the property owners be referred to the bylaw section of the agenda.
All those in favor? That's carried. Councilor Ingram, could you get Councilor McKelvey? All right, report 2630.
Through Mr. Mayor, report 26-30 is a continuation from report 26-27, which was for delegating authority, which supports the development approvals process review recommendation 2A. I did touch on this briefly in the last report, but essentially council can delegate to staff the ability to pass bylaws under section 34 of the Planning Act that they consider to be minor in nature. This is intended to streamline approval processes, and coupled with that, council can also pass policies that have alternative notice measures, which would further streamline the process for applicants. So I've listed some commonly used amendments. These are all ones that are very technical in nature or ones that are almost administrative. And the suggested alternative notice measures reflect ones that have been implemented in other municipalities, and they generally do reflect the typical public meeting process, but without the actual public meeting itself. So in order to implement this, it does require an official plan amendment. But if we proceed with that, then these would be the amendments that we would be suggesting.
Questions? Councilor McKelvey.
I like some of this. I need to understand something more though. So you wouldn't have a public meeting, but the adjoining property owners would be notified, but there would be no public notice for people? Is that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So council has the opportunity through the official plan to sort of set the alternative measures, how they see appropriate in terms of making sure that the public is appropriately notified.
Yeah.
It would be our suggestion that we still do the same public mailing notice in the same distance. It's just that they would be then expected to submit comments by a particular date. And then if we receive no comments, then staff could move forward with approval of that bylaw. If we receive comments, then there might be a contingency where then maybe do hold a public meeting. So we can do it essentially in the same way that it's done now, just without the formal meeting unless it becomes a contentious issue.
So, see, I see concerns with that, for instance, if there's some kind of a rezoning, I'm just gonna pick a lake, okay, that it's on, we'll say Cache. So you might do the adjoining property owners would be notified that are close by this, but the public itself, the general public wouldn't in an advertisement. And I have concerns with that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so it would again work the same way. So for example, with the zoning bylaw amendment, right now, the property has a poster put on there. The neighboring property owners within 120 meters are notified. Any public agencies, which include lake associations, are all notified. And then we do put notice on the website. All of that I would recommend would stay the same.
Okay, that would make me feel better. The other thing, like, I'm fine with some of these. I mean, to remove a holding provision, yeah, that's easy. Temporary use of land, I kind of question without it having a proper, I mean, you had an example today, I had to declare, so I don't know if you had objections or not, but minor errors and omissions, sure, get it cleaned up. Condition of a consent, I'm a little bit iffy on that because we're not going to necessarily see those consent applications anymore, so but it seems like that's probably a good idea. Number 5 in your report talks about principal use in a site-specific zone. I need to know what that means, like an amendment which permits a legal non-conforming dwelling within the Minden settlement area to be permitted principal use in a site-specific zone, provided that the residential use is existing.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to elaborate on that. So within the settlement area of Minden, and I don't 100% know the history of this, there are a significant number of properties that are zoned as commercial, but historically they have been developed as residential uses. And so we've seen a number of applicants come forward who want to perhaps do the additional dwelling units, or they want to make changes or improvements to those homes. And because they're not conforming to the zoning bylaw, we run into delays where they can't move forward with that. I anticipate that the reason that they were zoned commercial is most of the time they're on Bob Cajun Road, so there was an anticipation of increased commercial growth. I don't think that that's how everything has transpired, and so there are a lot of dwellings that are technically not conforming with the zoning bylaw. This would serve to alleviate if people were to come forward with those appropriate cases where they're still using it as a house and it hasn't stopped being used as a house.
One more, if I may. I'm trying to remember if it's in here or it talks about boathouses somewhere, and that really made me jump.
That would be the last report.
Okay, so we'll wait on that one then. I'm still a little unsure how far we want to go, but at the same time, we're probably going to speed up the process, and I am, 1000% in favor of that. I just want to make sure the public has a right to know what's going on too. That's my biggest concern.
Agree, Mr. Mayor, and the requirement of the Planning Act is still that there is transparency and public notice of some form. You can't eliminate that requirement. So we would be making sure that it upholds those same standards and requirements. Really, the only thing we would be eliminating where it's a very straightforward application is the actual public meeting itself. The bylaw does still come forward to council to be ratified, so it would still come to council, so that just provides opportunities as well. Anything that also goes into the official plan doesn't necessarily need to go into the delegation of authority bylaw. This just provides the option for council to consider what goes into the bylaw.
I think, if you, especially the lake one, if you do get out to the lake associations and so on, that's about as good as you're gonna get.
Yeah, and I didn't realize they were being circulated, but I still feel the general public should see and notice as well.
Well, it will be on the website.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a public document, but it really comes down to you have to read the public documents.
Oh, yeah, we can only go so far, so yes, I get that.
Councillor Sisson?
From out of this, it's going to speed things up. Can you give me an idea how much it's going to speed things up, like compared to now?
Through Mr. Mayor, so we would still, if we're going to use similar timelines for notice, then, once we receive an application, I mean, on average, we're looking at them within a week to deem them complete. We would issue notice, which would be about 20 days, but as of that point in time, assuming that there would be no comments with concerns, we would be in a position to pass a bylaw. So that would be about 30 days. Whereas legislative timeline otherwise is closer to 90 days. So 1 to 2 months, I'd say. We usually for zoning bylaw amendments are much quicker than the legislative timeline allows. But I would say on average, at least a month time that we would save. Yes.
Any other questions? Let's read the resolution.
Moved by Counselor Ingram, seconded by Counselor Saney, that council receive report 2630 planning as information, and that council direct the planning department to proceed with the preparation of the proposed official plan amendment and schedule the requisite public meeting.
All those in favor? That is carried. Floodplain amendment.
Through Mr. Mayor, report 26-31, yes, is about floodplain mapping. So as council is aware, the county did complete an update to the original 1980s, 1990s floodplain mapping. That new mapping does highlight different boundaries for both the floodway and the flood fringe, and I suppose the overall floodplain than what's currently recognized in our zoning bylaw. Typically, the process would be to update the official plans first and then to update the zoning bylaw. However, in speaking with county staff, they have confirmed that their intention would be to wait until the comprehensive update to their official plan occurs in order to incorporate that new mapping. And I can certainly appreciate and understand why. However, from a township staff perspective, both planning and building are experiencing ongoing challenges with the misalignment that we now experience between our zoning bylaw and this updated mapping. So in speaking with county staff, what we're recommending is to move forward with updating our zoning schedules. That would reflect the new mapping that is out there, and this would eliminate the misalignment with our maps. This was, as I mentioned, something that was discussed with county staff. It's been undertaken in another nearby community with success. And so this seems to be an option to eliminate some of the issues that we're having at the township level. It does create a misalignment with the official plan, both county and township in terms of the mapping, but not with the policy. In fact, doing this would bring us closer into conformity with the policies. And from a risk mitigation perspective, this is much more manageable than what we're currently experiencing with the misalignment between the zoning bylaw and the newer LiDAR mapping. So that's what we're recommending at this time, but happy to answer questions.
Questions? Councilor McKelvey?
So this mapping hasn't gone out in like an open house forum for people to see. There was I think Ganoff did an open house sort of at the arena or at the community center, but my concern with doing this is I'm not prepared to just schedule a zoning bylaw amendment of this magnitude without at least having an open house that's a little more user-friendly, and maps are on the wall and you can actually talk to people and like yourself and show where you live and what this might do. I mean, this is a significant general amendment to the zoning bylaw. This is not just we now want you to have purple shutters instead of green. This is implicates really significantly for some people how developable their property is. In other cases, it's going to help people, but I really feel strongly this needs to go to a public open house first before it ever goes to a scheduled public meeting. The other thing I want to know is this, are we just talking about the river basins here, Gull and Burnt, Irondale, or are we going to do the lakes too? Because I do know I've had a discussion with you about some other files where the lakes are all part of this new mapping.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So with respect to the lakes, it would not be my recommendation to include that as a zone or even an overlay. Those were generated significantly different than the floodplain that is related to the rivers. The floodplain related to the rivers has been engineered and modeled. The lake information was based on high water level data that's available, which is certainly variable by lake. My recommendation for that would be limited to including the known high water level elevation points within the zoning bylaw, and it would just be that development should be outside of those elevations, and where not, then floodproofing measures would be required. I think that implementing it in the schedules introduces something that we're not currently implementing. It's one thing to amend our schedule so that the floodplain mapping we currently have reflects the newest LiDAR mapping. But we would be introducing something entirely different with the lakes. And I think that that is certainly more appropriate to first occur at the official plan level at the county and then transpire through to the township.
But you're having regard for them when you're looking at some of these files, so.
Yes, we are having regard for it because it is considered to be a public health and safety matter.
I think well, I agree with you on the idea of having some sort of a further open house, which I think would actually be the third. There was another one somewhere in but the point is that these are for the rivers, not the lakes. Okay, because the lakes, there's some subjective things with the lakes because they're using historical data. And some of the data goes beyond when the dams were in place and so on and so forth. But in terms of the river, I mean, it's just the facts. I mean, I think that we could put it into effect and then have the open house, because we're not looking for opinion here. This is not, this is, I mean, this is what it is. I mean, it's the numbers are the numbers and the water levels are the water levels. So, you know, I agree to have that we could have the open house, but I don't think it should affect our timing, because we want to get this in, I think, as soon as possible, because people are trying to do development and we've got a misalignment of what the, you know, the latest information is compared to whatever 30-year-old Ducks Unlimited or in the NAR mapping.
Okay, well, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
People still have a right to appeal whatever decision we make, so we just can't say we're gonna do this and then tell them after. I mean, I don't think that's what you meant, but the mapping is definitely outdated. It needs to be updated. I get all that. I just know that this is a significant change in some properties, and it shouldn't just be a simple, we're gonna have a public meeting next month. And I just think this is a general amendment to our, not just site-specific stuff, and it deserves to have an open house. I'm not aware of 3 open houses on this, but maybe you were privy to more with the county. I went to one at the community center. That's the only one I was ever in attendance of, but I just think this is big. I'm not saying we're gonna wait for 6 months. I'm just saying in advance of a public zoning meeting, I mean, you're planning a date in here, I believe. We should just go out and have a public open house where people can actually see firsthand what's being proposed.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, I think the question was just answered. I had just texted Ms. Doherty to ask about the next steps, and it was public meeting as you said.
So
I might ask Ms. Doherty just to, I think where council's going is, you know, general understanding. I guess for me, I wanted to know how often you're running up against these challenges on files, and I think it's a lot more often than what one might think.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we are unfortunately running into this quite often. I'd say we get several inquiries a month where individuals are proposing work that is within the floodplain. And it takes a significant amount of work on the part of the property owners as well as staff in order to determine a way forward. When there's this misalignment, in some cases, it is beneficial. There have been positive cases. But in that sense, then we're looking at, potentially where they would still need a zoning bylaw amendment because they're zone floodway and they shouldn't be, even though the new floodplain mapping shows a positive change. In other cases, it does impact development where it is more restrictive to them with the new floodplain mapping, and it puts everyone in a unpleasant situation where we are concerned with public health and safety. We don't have one signal clear pathway. And thankfully, we've been able to work out solutions in all cases thus far, but I know that that is not going to be the case for all of them.
Councillor Singh?
Upon reflection, this is a difficult issue. I think as a property owner, I would want to know where that floodplain is because it's my property value. I think if we don't give clear direction to staff, then and update it to the information we have, then you don't have the grounds to say in the future, this is going to change and this is what you're up against. I think you need to have the latest information to work with now in order to proceed. I don't know if there's a way that we can, I appreciate the public meeting, but I don't think that should be a reason to delay this clarity for our staff to make sure we got the most updated information that we're working from. There might be a way, if we could, to notify those properties that are affected or those addresses, just to give them some heads up that of this change in understanding and the science behind it. And public meeting would be fine, but particularly informing the property owners of those addresses that might be involved in that floodplain. And that might be a private matter as well, because we're also talking about real estate values here. And it'd be nice maybe to receive a letter regarding that instead of a public meeting about the value of your land. So that's just some thoughts that come to mind, but I think we're in a rock and a hard place because people need to be informed and we need to have the latest information to work with. So that's how I think I'd approach it. Thank you.
So these maps have been publicly available for some time, right?
Correct. Since approximately November, like the LiDAR mapping has been available on the county website, I think since November.
It's not like this should be a surprise to people. I'm not against the public meeting. I'm just against delaying us getting you the best maps so that we do develop them correctly. Councilor McKelvey.
I think we're all trying to get the same end result here, but we can't give these maps to the staff without doing a rezoning, a public meeting, and it's a general amendment. It's not site specific. So it's not like we can just say today, start using them. It's a zoning bylaw amendment and the public have the right to object to that. Rightfully or wrongly, they'll have a hard argument when it's detailed mapping as it is if you're just dealing with the rivers. But I just feel that it's a lot more work for staff to have to contact each property owner along the Gull and the Burnt and the Irondale. I would just like to have an open house. It's a little more informal. I'm just asking for that one extra step in it. I'm not trying to stop this process or even slow it down that much.
Your feelings?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I certainly can appreciate the impact that it will have for some property owners. And certainly believe in public transparency and the public being aware of the changes. From a risk mitigation perspective, it would be my recommendation to proceed as quickly as possible with the public meeting. It is a 20-day notice period for the public meeting. We could extend that out a little bit longer, get notice out sooner rather than later. But it would be my recommendation to proceed with public meeting, just given the risk that we find ourselves in.
Is that what resolution states at this point? I think that works. Get public meeting people, mid-tech people can see it, and we get it from place as quickly as possible. Again, how you exactly determine river and lake, you'll have to define that. But I know the lake stuff is not, certainly doesn't meet my satisfaction at this point. Councilor McKelvin?
Interesting point that you say that, because the lake stuff is concerning in some regards as far as but we're using that to assess applications, and that's where I want to know, like, is this just the river? Okay, because I mean, I know of an applicant right now that's being held up because of the having regard for the lake mapping, so I just have.
Yeah.
The lake mapping's not that accurate.
Well, there's questions, but
Yes. You can't really question the river
the
mapping,
rivers
and I'm,
are pretty straightforward. The lakes are, it comes down to part of the definition and part of the data that was used. It wasn't just LiDAR mapping. It was looking at historical data. Right. So maybe.
I was, through you, Mr. Mayor, I was just going to connect with the clerk. I believe the resolution is to receive for information. The report outlines that the intention was, or am I reading it wrong?
No, we have an extra line in there that council directs staff to proceed with preparation of a zoning bylaw amendment to update the zoning bylaw 0610 schedules to reflect the updated floodplain mapping. So so the question through the mayor was just, do we have the word public meeting in there? And I said, I can easily amend the resolution just to add that line, those two words in that line.
Maybe just read it and give it a trial here.
With the public meeting?
Yeah, just,
Okay.
just the.
Yeah.
Before taking a vote, let's just see if people are comfortable with it.
That council receives report 2631 planning as information, and that council directs staff to proceed with the public meeting in preparation of a zoning bylaw amendment to update the zoning bylaw 0610 schedules to reflect the updated floodplain mapping.
Reasonable? Go ahead.
I would like it to at least say floodplain mapping for rivers, or because there's floodplain mapping for lakes that I don't agree with, but that's just me. And I still feel this should be an open house first. But
And so that amendment is Deputy Mayor Shell and Councilor McKelvey. You're comfortable with that amendment? Proceed. Moved by Deputy Mayor Shell, seconded by Councilor McKelvey, that council receives report 2631 planning, proposed zoning bylaw amendment to implement new floodplain mapping as information, and that council directs staff to proceed with public meeting in preparation of a zoning bylaw amendment to update the zoning bylaw 0610 schedules to reflect the updated floodplain mapping for rivers.
All those in favor? That's carried.
I do, yes.
Right.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, 2632, this is proposed general amendments to the township's official plan and zoning bylaw. So this report addresses the DAP recommendation number 5, which was to undertake targeted amendments to the zoning bylaw. So staff did review past files, inquiries we received, as well as other types of reviews, and identified reoccurring friction points. These are often regulations where there's some level of confusion which arises due to the wording or how the zoning bylaw is currently organized. And it's either difficult for staff to implement or for applicants to understand in order for them to make plans for development on their property. In some instances, it's also provisions that are overly complicated or unnecessarily restrictive or outdated. We've also identified a few items in the official plan which create difficulty in assessing in particular consents that we're proposing to address. Most of the provisions that we're recommending, council might have noticed, are related to accessory structures. It's been some time since those have had a bit of a redo or reformat. So currently this is just for information, just to give council an idea of some of the points that we've noted through our review. And the intent would be to bring a red line to the next council meeting on the 13th of August.
Questions? Councilor McKelvey?
And maybe my questions should wait then, if you're going to bring a red line before you're actually going to go to a public meeting.
Through Mr. Mayor, so yes, my intent is to bring a red line for council's consideration first and then schedule the public meeting following council's review. But I am happy to answer any questions while preparing that red line.
Okay, so some of my questions are in the zoning bylaw proposed amendments. And this is great, because if this would slow down people from having to do a rezoning or a minor variance, because they just, but the other one I see as a need to perhaps consider is the additional dwelling units. And I know that you have a minor variance application coming up where somebody's applied for a minor variance because they want to put this additional dwelling unit up, but they have, by bylaw, it's 30 meters and they're applying to make it 50. To me, I would like to see us include some changes to that additional dwelling units restrictions, because I think that it's too restrictive. But I would like to understand some of these things when you say amend provisions to use construction of two-story garages. I would like to know a little more what you're thinking there, and some from there on down, I'd like to have some dialogue to know what it is that you're seeing that's happening.
And through Mr. Mayor, can go through those kind of high level today, but it is also the intent to sort of bring forward like a rationale for that at the red line. So happy to go either direction.
I think it's better to go to the red line.
Sure.
Because then everybody will have it way ahead of time. They can read it and then, provide you with questions so you can be prepared to
Certainly
speak to them.
Okay. And I'm happy to add additional dwelling units as consideration to that as well.
Councilor McKelvey?
Just one other, if I may, the shipping containers. You're going to introduce regulations to permit them on commercial and industrial lands. I'm anxious to see that. I do know that Algonquin Highlands introduced legislation in their zoning bylaw that allowed these shipping containers in residential areas too, with fairly strict requirements where they could go screening, that sort of thing. They also had to get a building permit. And then you were getting some assessment on these. I mean, we have hundreds and hundreds of these shipping containers being used as storage without getting any assessment on it. And it's really impacting us. So we either need to go on a massive blitz to get rid of them, and we don't have enough staff if we tripled them. So to me, we might want to introduce legislation that does allow them, but with conditions. They have to be in the backyard. They have to be screened. And I just, again, go back to Algonquin Highlands. They had some really good restrictions in there and conditions that allowed them. And one was definitely a building permit. I do know that to get the building permit, you had to have an engineer's approval on it, but it wasn't that hard to get either. I mean, Brian Cunningham was doing it for $500 a day.
Through Mr. Mayor, I've included just shipping containers for commercial and industrial because it is sort of more of a typical accessory use For that, shipping containers in the residential area have certainly been on the sort of to-do list or consideration list for a while. I didn't include it because it was a little bit more, I think, in depth, where we would want to have more focused comments from the public on it. So the intent being that it would be almost its own standalone amendment for residential uses. I can attempt to incorporate that within this, but I think it would be something better, similar to the floodplain mapping, where it's sort of its own standalone, specific to residential anyways.
Councilor Rinko. To you, Mr. Mayor. There be maybe silly questions. Is there grandfathering in this? Because there's so many of them out there. Or would they all have to come up to the standard we're providing? I'm just asking, because I'm sure that's going to be a question. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think that would have to be something that would be discussed, whether or not we would want to grandfather them. Certainly, there's an argument to do so, but there's also a lot of shipping containers that are offensive.
Yeah.
That we might not want that to be the case. So there would probably have to be some regulations about what that looks like.
Thank you.
But just to follow up to that, if it's an illegal structure right now, which it would be, it can't get grandfathered really, unless we really decide we want to do that. And again, then you're gonna lose all that assessment that's out there waiting to be taken into the role.
Yeah.
The other one I have is about, and I mentioned it earlier, boathouses. Can you just elaborate on that for me so I understand? Because I didn't think we allowed boathouses.
Through Mr. Mayor, so boathouses are prohibited. However, the zoning bylaw, as many zoning bylaws do, allow for repair to safe condition or reconstruction on the same footprint of any structure that is prohibited, providing it is considered legal non-conforming. So the key being legal. If it was not lawfully constructed, then it's not considered to be lawfully used. Most boathouses are on the township shore road allowance, which means that most likely they were not lawfully constructed at the time. This creates a lot of difficulty for staff where we don't always know the history. This is also a problem for property owners as well. We don't always know the history. It's very difficult to get some history on properties, and there have also been historical events that have occurred over time that, although structures like boathouses might not have been lawfully constructed, they've been sort of legitimized through things like building permits or different policies that occurred, purchasing of the shore road allowance, where the boathouse wasn't required to be removed. So we end up setting up a different set of rules almost for people depending on the history of a boathouse. It creates a lot of additional work. And I think for a lot of property owners, puts them in an unfair situation where they want to just repair to safe condition in particular. So it's my suggestion that if they purchase the shore road allowance and they've got a boathouse on that land, that they would be able to benefit from the repair to safe condition or reconstruction on the same footprint.
It's a difficult situation. I know that I looked at a property that had a boathouse on it, and there was nobody alive that can remember when it was originally built. And how it confirmed or not, it's or conformed. It was impossible to tell. So but I wanted to also mention that we can't grandfather the shipping containers. I mean, we got to start clean, and I think we have to get to the residential, and not every farm is listed as commercial, and there's not many farms that I visit that don't have them. So we've got to deal with that, and then the front and behind, which gets turned around when you're on a lake. Right. It's so we have to come up with something sensible, and it's not gonna make everybody happy, but have to have a couple of non-conforming ones that we agree to, but you know, I think we have to start clean and just and we're not getting rid of them because there's not enough trucks to haul them out. Period of time. Councillor Singh.
Yes, thank you. Agreed. Just to bring back that the OPP asked for a shipping container at one point. So this would allow them to finally put one in. And my other concern, particularly about them on residential properties, is the safety issue. People getting trapped inside. There's no way out. There's no way to let somebody know they're trapped inside. I don't know if there's any kind of codes or something that we could address to say, you know, you can still get air inside, for example, or if there's a light that you push. But I'm really concerned of the safety issues that are particularly where kids are playing, residential areas and things. Thank you.
Councillor Ingram.
Those are private properties. We couldn't start telling people that they gotta lock their doors. That's basically what we're telling them if you do that.
Okay, so this is gonna come back, so let's you know, let's not get too far into the weeds here. You'll come back with red lines and we can address all this. All right, we have a resolution to proceed.
Moved by Councillor McKelvey, seconded by Councillor Sisson, that council receives report 2632 planning, proposed general amendments to the township's official plan and zoning bylaw amendment as information.
All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Mr. Drinkwalter.
Right, through the chair, this report relates to the provincial municipal disaster relief fund or recovery assistance fund. In order to apply for the funding related to our flood in 2026 and the cost incurred by the township for the state of the emergency, so staff cost, equipment, material, but also damage to the Bob Cajun Road culvert. In order to apply for that, it's before the application even goes in, it's required that a resolution from the council requesting the funding is put forward. The due date for the grant is August 12th. So we're just getting this report in front of council to get the resolution to make the application.
Any questions? Resolution.
Moved by Councillor Saney, seconded by Councillor Johannesson, that council receives report 2629 finance, provincial municipal disaster recovery assistance for information. And that given the Township of Minden Hills recently experienced a flood event from April 16th to April 29th and has experienced incremental operating and capital costs, the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Minden Hills hereby requests the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing to activate the Municipal Disaster Recovery Assistance Program. And further, that council delegates authority to the CAO and the Director of Finance to verify and attest to the accuracy of the claim to be prepared.
All those in favor? Is carried. All right, we move into closed session.
Moved by Councillor Saney, seconded by Councillor Johannesson, be it resolved that council proceed into closed session at 1:34 PM for the purposes of discussing one item pursuant to section 239(2)(f) of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended regarding advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, legal advice.
All those in favor? That is carried. Okay. As soon as we can get ready, we'll go in. All right, welcome back. We need closed session resolution.
Sure. Moved by Counselor Sisson, seconded by Counselor McKelvey. Be it resolved that closed session adjourned and open session resumes at 2:21 PM.
All those in favor? We need something for the direction.
Moved by Counselor McKelvey, seconded by Deputy Marshall. Be it resolved that the direction given in closed session be approved.
All those in favor? That is carried. Okay. Bylaws.
My cue, I think.
No,
Well,
No,
Tammy's already read hers.
but you're gonna want to declare.
Yes, so I have to declare. Yep. So it's relating to the council agenda dated July 23rd, 2026, item bylaw 26-69. I, Deputy Mayor Lisa Shell, declare potential deemed direct indirect pecuniary interest on the council committee agenda item bylaw 26-69. The item title to appoint an interim deputy CBO for the following reason, as he is my spouse.
And so before we proceed with reading the next set of bylaws, Councilor McKelvey will be declaring and leaving for those bylaws.
Yep.
You can, yes, that's correct, Deputy Marshall. So because we've had to craft this, I'll just need a mover and a seconder, please.
Councillor Ingram, Councillor Johansson.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Ingram, seconded by Councillor Johansson. Be it resolved that the following bylaws be received, read a first time, considered read a second and third time, and finally passed with the corporate seal affixed. Bylaw 2667, PLTU 2026024, writing temporary use bylaw, and bylaw 2668, PLTU 2026024, the writing authorizing agreement.
All those in favor? That is carried. You get. Do the tag team. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Ingram. Councillor Sisson.
Moved by Counselor Ingram, seconded by Counselor Sisson. Be it resolved that bylaw 2669 to appoint an interim deputy CBO be received, read a first time, considered read a second and third time, and finally passed with the corporate seal affixed.
All those in favor? That is carried. So.
That one's fine. So council, we just did a quick amendment just to remove those bylaws. So as long as Counselor Ingram and Counselor Saney is comfortable with that amendment. Moved by Counselor Ingram, seconded by Counselor Saney. Be it resolved that the following bylaws be received, read a first time, considered read a second and third time, and finally passed with the corporate seal affixed. Bylaw 2666, zoning bylaw amendment PL ZBA 20266019 Kinnar. Bylaw 2670 to appoint an interim deputy treasurer. Bylaw 2671 administrative monetary penalties, AMPS. Bylaw 2672 to appoint a deputy fire chief. Bylaw 2673 to appoint screening officers for the AMPS bylaw. Bylaw 2674 to appoint a hearing officer for AMPS.
All those in favor? That is carried. Bylaw.
And my apologies, I will need a seconder for this, for the confirming.
Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you. Moved by Deputy Marshall, seconded by Councillor McKelvey, that bylaw 2675, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council held during its meeting of July 23rd, 2026, be received, read a first time, considered read a second and third time, and finally passed with the corporate seal affixed.
All those in favor? That is carried. Adjournment.
Moved by Counselor Ingram, seconded by Counselor Saney. Be it resolved that the July 23rd, 2026 regular council meeting is hereby adjourned at 2:25 PM.
All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you, everybody. Our next regular council meeting is scheduled for Thursday, August 13th. But remember, August 12th, the county council meeting will be giving the results of the study. So have a great summer.